Alright, almost all set. So close. That's all okay. Time to set up. Actually, wait, why am I making my music myself? That's the whole reason I've got this stuff. Alright, so I know it's not super interesting to watch, but until I actually have, like, people that I know are watching, I don't want to have to actually, like, start and then stop. Oh, I should actually put the desktop audio on so you can hear the smooth jazz I have playing for this. That would probably be a better idea, huh? Alright, let's see. Let's make sure I got... Alright, well, looks like I got some people now. So, I might as well start us off here. I don't know why it auto went to the second slide, but, yeah. How's everyone doing tonight? Well, I hope. Otherwise, this is gonna be a downer of a stream. I wanna help amplify your good times. See if I can't vibe nicely with you. Hey, Ham. Alright, let's see. It looks like I've got a good couple of people in stream now, so might as well get going. So thank you all very much for coming to my Theodore talk. Ooh. Sounds nice. Also, Hades Demon Dog, thanks for coming by. I think that you'll probably vibe pretty well with tonight's theme. So, I've gathered you all here at my Theodore talk for a very important topic. Cryptids. We know them. We love them. To many, they are cultural icons. Celebrities of folklore, fandom, fiction, non-fiction? Perhaps. Tonight's subject isn't what cryptids are and aren't real. Although, obviously, jackalopes are real. I'm literally right here. No, tonight's subject is far more important. Forget if these creatures, critters, cryptids, monsters, spirits, and what have you are real or not. The important question: are they smoochable? Can you cuddle a chupacabra? Would Bigfoot make you feel like you're their bae? Would you want to jump into a fully committed relationship with the Jersey Devil? That is tonight's real purpose. I am starting the stream now. I don't know when I'll be ending this stream, but it won't be until I've managed to answer this question: how dateable is this cryptid, for each of the 60 different eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. Is there a non-gendered bachelor? Bacheloros, bacheloras, bachelorexes? Ara, indeed. Well, I've prepared this very professional slideshow for you, so let's get right into it. What's the most dateable cryptid? This is actually a very short slideshow, that's why I've tried to linger on this one for a while. Now, before I get into it, and I am going to be getting into it because there's a lot to cover, like I said, 60 cryptids. I tried to pick a mix of creatures and cryptids from more or less as different places that I could get them. Oh, thank you so much to Obsidia for resubscribing for a 4-month streak. Oh, thank you, hon. I hope you enjoy it. So, as I was saying, 60 different cryptids taken from all across the world. Some of them are general species or types of cryptids. Some of them are very specific individual cryptids. Different time periods throughout the world, different cultures. Now, one of the things I want to clarify is, as you can see by, well, my face, I am a white. So I'm going to be going at this from a place of, as best I can manage, respect towards the cultures that I'll be discussing, and a earnest acceptance of the different beliefs that we'll be talking about tonight. It's not a stream that's going to be meant to ridicule or make fun of any one superstition or belief. This is all in good fun, all for good comedy. There will be some cryptids that I'll be avoiding, however. I'll touch on them a little bit, but I'm not going to go into super detail, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But first, let's go over the ground rules. So, cryptids, for the sake of this stream, will include broad strokes of folkloric monsters and spirits. Some of them will be more monstrous than others. Some of them might not even really be monsters at all, but perhaps just different kinds of almost people. But regardless, that's the first thing. Second, they are going to be judged on the basis of qualities that, in my experience and with talking to other people in committed romantic relationships, generally would consider to lend themselves to healthy, happy romantic partnerships. While sexiness is definitely a factor, and don't worry, we'll be talking about what cryptids are the most fuckable, too. It's not the be-all, end-all determiner. And finally, for the sake of an even playing field, all of the cryptids are going to be assumed for this exercise to have at least approximate human levels of intelligence and are capable of the communication required to have freely given and enthusiastic consent throughout the dating process. So, with those ground rules gone over, we can get into the actual content of the stream. Alright, so, here we are. Let me make this a little smaller so I can actually see chat while I'm doing this too. Also, I'm so glad that Obsidia and Abby are getting along together. I like when the girls get along. Let's see. Yes, 60 bachelors and bachelorettes. You can already see some of them hidden away down there. But let me expand this a little bit more. There we go. Alright, that'll do. Okay, so before I get into this, there's a couple of ones that I wanted to go over that aren't making the list. And I debated about whether or not to include them, but ultimately I felt that I, again, as a white, am not in a position of cultural awareness to be able to fully do things justice. In some stories, the people who create them truly would rather they stay with their own people. Closed traditions are sometimes closed for a reason. So, that said, first off, in the not listed, we have the Skinwalker. Now, the Skinwalker is a figure in some southwestern and indigenous American people's cultures that is somewhat of a boogeyman. I could go into more detail, but frankly, the correspondence that I've looked around seems to say that they don't even really feel comfortable with that much being shared. Similarly, the Wendigo. It's such a trope at this point, and I feel like it's something that gets way too tied between villainizing indigenous peoples of America with this association with this monster, so I wanted to avoid talking about that one too. But for the sake of this list, I can say that Wendigo would definitely have landed in the F. I mean, even if we're to separate the obvious problems of having a cannibalistic creature that you are trying to date with, they are incredibly single-minded in their focus. They are all take, they are no give. That is kind of the definition of them. Not a good partner. Another one that I thought long and hard about, and admittedly, is a little sad of one for me to eliminate because she would have been pretty high up on the list, is the Deer Woman. She is a spirit of romantic feelings and fertility in some northeastern cultures of, again, indigenous peoples of America. She has a really great thing where she'll sometimes show up to like big community dances just to like hang out and dance with people, except if you're a potential partner who is seeing her and hanging out with her and doing a little more than hanging out with her in a out of partnership way, she punishes your infidelity by stomping you with her big old deer hooves. Again, a very fun character, but also a cultural figure that I didn't really want to get into because, again, not my culture to talk about. And finally, a dishonorable mention because there was the suggestion of Slender Man. Now, Slender Man I'm not including because he is what I consider artificial folklore, fake lore, if you will. He was, I mean, a lot of these cryptids, if I were to pull back the kimono for a little bit, I could say, yeah, a lot of them are probably hoaxes, could be hoaxes, that kind of deal. But not as many of them you can point to a single specific web archived internet page on a very popular forum where the explicit goal was to make a fake monster folklore. So that's a special kind of fake in my mind. Also, again, he would have been an F. Like, his entire modus operandi is that he emotionally gaslights and abuses the people that he's stalking. That would be a terrible partner. So, with those out of the way, I'm going to scroll down here. I've randomly assorted the pictures here, so I don't even know which ones are going to be coming up in what order. Which, admittedly, probably not a smart idea on my part, but it's an idea on my part that I'm sticking with now. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. Okay, so first up, we've got the Tanuki. And for all of these also, I prepared some research pages to work with here, so I'll be referring to some of those throughout. Maybe a bad idea, but it's my bad idea to make. You know, follow your heart if you feel that way, Scarth. These are all, again, just from my personal experience and from what I gather from other people in similar kinds of romantic relationships. So Tanuki, starting off with a very prominent yokai. I'm sure you all know him. Shape-shifting, well, actual Tanukis. I mean, Tanukis are an animal already. They're not quite dog, not quite raccoon. They're raccoon dogs, or just, you know, their name, Tanukis. They are shape-shifting little trickster fellas. Well, I say fellas, but I mean, strictly speaking, there's nothing really, I guess, that says Tanukis all have to be male. I mean, even setting aside potential gender identity differences, which I assume are just as prevalent in cryptid populations as humanoid ones, but one of the more identifiable parts of the Tanuki is, how should I put this, the big swinging nutsack. Tanukis, they've got the nuts. These nuts specifically. They're very large, very prominent, and very good luck, surprisingly, too. The whole origin behind that actually was back when gold prospecting was really taking off in Japan. They would use the pelts of Tanuki to grind up the gold into gold leaf, so it became an association of tanuki balls, gold nuggets. A fun little thing. I mean, I guess if you're trying to make yourself a desirable partner, saying that your testicles are magically good luck isn't a bad way to do it. But there's a whole lot of tanuki going around, and I mean, tanuki are about as mutable as you can get in yokai folklore. I love that. I love also, though, that they aren't just limited to their own shapeshifting, because tanuki are one of the class of yokai that can also, if they don't like all of their own forms, can just, hop in and possess human bodies too. So, if you were dating a tanuki, you could get some interesting roleplay, I guess, going on. Obviously, you would want to make sure that any human host is fully consenting to the whole experience, but it's something I should have to acknowledge. Now, a fun thing also is that all tanuki have 8 special traits that bring good fortune, and also, I think, speak to some of its strength of character. So, the 8 traits all magical tanuki have are a hat to be ready to protect against trouble or bad weather, big eyes to perceive the environment and help make good decisions, a sake bottle that represents virtue, not totally sure about that one, but okay, a big tail that provides steadiness and strength until success is achieved, an oversized scrotum that symbolizes financial luck, for the reason I explained. A promissory note, which I guess is like a IOU, or like a note from some higher authority that just is, it's cool. They're allowed to do this. But the promissory note, representing trust and confidence. A big belly, that symbolizes bold and calm decisiveness, and a friendly smile. Now granted, I have talked a fair bit about some of the more positive aspects of tanuki, but I mean, tanuki, they aren't all good by any stretch. I mean, there's plenty of stories also about very mean-spirited pranks or even kind of outright violence that tanuki are willing to put mortal people through, so I can't put it super high on the list. And the list rating is probably going to change as I go throughout this anyway. But for now, I think with the qualities ascribable to the tanuki, the kinds of things that it could bring to the table, and admittedly a personal bias for having big, chubby cuddle partners, I'm gonna start the tanuki off with. I mean, I'm gonna change this as I go throughout the night anyway, I'm sure, but I think I'm actually gonna start the tanuki off with B. Yeah, I think that'll do. Alright, also let me check up on the chat. That's my favorite part. Oh baby, roleplay. Hey Cerberus, hey Racifluff. Glad to see y'all here. Also, if anyone in the chat has questions at any point, please feel free to ask. I am the professional cryptid expert and professor in this situation, so don't hesitate. Alright, so next up, looks like we've got the brownie. So let me grab my notes for the brownie. There you are. Alright, so brownie. We're now in the Scottish Gaelic area of the United Kingdom. This is what we call a sort of a house spirit. You can see a lot of these in different cultures, like brownies or domovoi in the Slavic regions, or zashiki warashi in Japanese yokai. Essentially, they're spirits that you can't exactly summon at will, but you can kind of, like, beckon them by having a generally healthy, positive household. And if you keep them around by making them happy, then they'll help you out. They'll do chores here and there. They might play a little bit of a prank, but in general, they bring positive fortune, good vibes, and, well, I mean, honestly, any kind of partner who is, without being asked to, willing to spring at helping out with domestic chores, that's not a bad trait to have. But let's take a look more at the brownie specifically. So, brownies, they have a very specific sort of format to how they decide or how they feel they need to be repaid for their services here. They specifically need a bowl of milk or cream or some other offering like that left by the hearth, and that is considered enough in trade for any services that they render. Now, this isn't really a bad thing, I don't think. This admittedly is something I'm working on because I'm part Fae, but you get into a little bit of sketchy territory when a relationship becomes very transactionary like this, you know? Like, you don't totally want to have it be that it's constantly back and forth of favors. But at the same time, I've also really got to respect that a brownie, since they are fully willing to just walk away if something becomes a unhealthy relationship for them, I've really got to respect that kind of ability to stand up for your personal needs in a relationship. And I mean, that's something I think we could all learn from. So, brownies, sorry for any of the folk who prefer the more feminine phantoms, but they're mostly, almost entirely male. There's some that exist, including my favorite, Harry Meg, but in general, mostly dudes. They're also kind of homely looking. They're sometimes frightening or unsettling, pretty much always hairy, little small dudes. It's probably why they're so shy about hiding around all day and trying to avoid being seen and shape-shifting into little animals or turning invisible so they can avoid getting seen. But, you know, in general, I think it would be hard just because they're so easily offended by the wrong kinds of gifts or gestures that don't really work for them, and like the stories all pretty much go that once a brownie leaves, they don't really do the whole second chances thing, so that's not a super healthy dynamic in a relationship. I mean, if you're a pretty fragile partner, Abby. If you're basically one wrong faux pas, or all faux pas are wrong, if you're one faux pas away from your partner just storming off, being too upset to even face you anymore, well, I mean, you're only ever going to get the one chance to actually do it right, and even if they are particularly good-natured otherwise, that is kind of a big detractor. So brownies... I think brownies are probably, for now at least, going to be going in D. There's definitely partners that are worse, but they would require a lot of work. They would require a lot of work for a relationship with a brownie to work. I really should have warmed up my voice before all this, but you know what they say. Hmm?
That's my water.
Oh, could you bring in my vitamin water?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dishes are done, by the way.
Thank you. So, well, 2 down, only 58 more to go. Let me check.
You have 1 left.
Oh, also, I should, before I continue, actually explain what each of these tiers mean. Now, I'm sure you can kind of guess because, like, tiers at this point are something that we all kind of get, but just for definition purposes, we have going from top to bottom. S tier would be a amazing partner for virtually any human or humanoid mate, truly a cryptid cutie for all seasons. A is a great partner for the most part. B is a good partner with only occasional rough patches. And you know what, actually, I think I might move Tanuki up for now. Yeah, I mean, I've got 58 more cryptids to think about it, but that feels right.
So what are these?
Not too much, really.
No, I mean which cryptids are these?
Oh, the Tanuki and the Brownie. And then C is like average, maybe a little low average, but still average partner. It requires some work, but you can still make things work out between the two of you. D is for like general cryptid populations, kind of some of the worst partner options you could go for. And F is not only a bad partner, but also like an actively toxic individual. So, that said, the next one we've got is the Groot slang. So we've gone from Japan to Scotland, now to, I believe this is in the Congo, if I'm not mistaken. Let me grab my notes for this. Alright, so... Oh, no, it's South Africa. My mistake. So the Groot slang is a fun little backstory. The tales of the Groot slang say that when the gods were creating the world, and they were still, like, they were gods, but they weren't the infallible type of gods. They were kind of new to the whole creating things thing. They were just creating animals, and one day, if days existed at this point, they put together the parts of a snake and an elephant and realized, oh fuck, we made a terrible mistake. These are two tastes that do not taste great together, because they had given it all of the strength and the cunning and the intellect of those animals combined, and turns out it was a pretty bad idea. They tried splitting the Groot slang into separate creatures to create the first elephants and snakes, but the original Groot slang escaped, and from this first sired all of the other Groot slangs around. The Groot slang's kind of an interesting case in that it's not totally... Oh, but yes, Abby, that's exactly, that's the exact spelling, yes. It's not totally certain how to describe this, but, the best way I can think of is imagine a truly, truly titanically large anaconda, but it has an elephant head. And, like, elephant tusks, ears, the trunk, all that. So, now that we know what the Groot slang looks like, let's talk a little bit about what its behavior is. So, the only known place that Groot slang are generally thought to lurk around is a place called the Bottomless Pit, or, and please, I know that I introduced this, but I want to keep this a somewhat mature stream, the Wonder Hole. So supposedly, the Wonder Hole is very deep, very wet, but it's filled with treasure. Yes, there's diamonds in the rough down there, and the Groot slang adores diamonds, gems, gold, any kind of closely related to Wonderwall, but distinct. Very distinct. That's an important distinction. Yes, the Wonder Hole is a very deep, wet hole, but if you go plunging into the depths of the Wonder Hole, you would find great treasure, supposedly. Now, the Groot slang is actually pretty clever in this regard. It doesn't actively go out and try to kill people or steal treasure out of the cave. No, it basically just relies on the reputation of, well, maybe not. I mean, the Groot slang has a trunk, and I don't want to know what that trunk do. But I'm sure someone in chat would want to know what that trunk do. But it actually just relies on the reputation of the Wonder Hole to bring humans and prey to it. It eats elephants and lions and snakes and all that. But the fun thing is once a human gets lured in by the potential for treasure, it then basically holds them captive, and you can bargain for your freedom by giving it some of your own precious gems. So it basically has created its own little extortion racket in this one incredibly localized location. I mean, it's a very cruel practice, and honestly, not all that distinct from, or yeah, not all that different from, like, say some sort of colonial empire going in to extort the indigenous peoples of a country for the sake of very pretty but questionably useful natural resources. But I mean, I'm sure that South Africa has never had experience with anything like that outside of the Groot slang. Needless to say, though, any potential romantic partner that I could liken without irony to colonialist England is not a very good partner. You think the development of the Groot slang's mythology coincided with the Boar's arrival? No, that's an interesting thought. I don't admittedly know how far back the legend goes before the arrival of the Dutch, but I would say, considering how I've seen some accounts that explicitly compare Groot slang to, like, the owners of Blood Diamond sort of operations, I would not be surprised in the least if the arrival of the Boers and their subsequent historical impact on the country definitely informed more of the Groot slang's behavior. He sounded hot when you were describing his looks, but I draw the line at extortion. Me too, which is why Groot slang is our first resident of the F tier. So, we're going to stick for a little while in Africa. Definitely sounds like a lovely prick. Well, I mean, it's got fangs and it's got tusks, so I guess there's at least like 4 pricks. Any S tier? There hasn't been one that I've gone over yet, but I can assure you there will be occupants of every one of these tiers. Alright, so next up we have the Buddha. The Boda? Yeah, I think the Boda, or the were hyena. So, gonna need to be taking sippies throughout this. Alright. So, first, let me cover something important. The the Buddha or the were hyena is specifically it's specifically a kind of were hyena in, I believe, yes, Ethiopia. However, were hyenas as a concept are also visible in Arabian Peninsula folklore, North Africa, the Horn of Africa, the Near East. It gets around. And I'll also say hyenas as an animal, hyenas are pretty cool. I mean, you got the best of cats and dogs. Hyenas are trans femme icons for having the biggest dicks on the ladies. Very good animals. I appreciate hyenas. Let's talk specifically, though, about the Buddha of Ethiopia. So, this is a fun one because, hyenas, or, you've heard of werewolves and were creatures and all that, but were hyenas in Ethiopia isn't just a curse or a identity. It's actually a job, too. You see, it's traditionally believed in Ethiopia that every single blacksmith, and that's a trade that in the traditional culture is passed down hereditarily, is actually a wizard or a witch with the power to change into a hyena. I'll let that sink in for a moment, because, I mean, that seems like a pretty solid way to motivate people to get into your blacksmithing industry. Now, to talk about some of the downsides of this, these blacksmith were hyenas are kind of believed to rob graves at midnight, which, I mean, in general, that's not super good. And, sometimes they're said to transform specifically into cannibalistic monsters that terrorize people, especially lovers. So, I mean, right there you've got not a super great thing, because not only is it a cannibal, but it's also a cannibal that actively tries to hurt other people's relationships for no real discernible reason other than spite. Like, I'm not saying you should be more picky with your cannibalistic partners, but I'm just saying look out for some of the red flags, you know? Now that said, on the other hand, similarly though, one thing also I should specify, just because it is an unfortunate connection. Many Ethiopian Christians characterize Ethiopian Jews as being Buddha, which, if you know anything about anti-Semitism and the dog whistles for that should probably trouble you a little bit. But if we broaden out a little bit from there, I mean, sure, it is a creature that has some negative history. At the same time, though, there are also connections in similar regions of the world's folklore with the Buddha and the were hyena, where they're not just blacksmiths. Sometimes they're also magically powerful healers or woodcutters, or, you know, just witches or wizards that make magic and metal and turn into hyenas. Also, they're apparently recognized through signs such as a hairy body, red and gleaming eyes, and a nasal voice. Also, hey! Thank you so much, Skylar, for the raid! Let me do a quick little shout out. Ooh, Dungeon Defenders. That sounds fun. I'm so glad you were able to hang out here. Also, don't worry, Mothman is still well deep into the list, so you're safe. So, yes, do Boda have issues? Absolutely. However, you know, if nothing else, going into something like this, there's someone who has some who has a sense of commitment. Like, this is a hereditary trade and a hereditary magic and a hereditary curse. So it's like, you know that growing up they could have decided, you know what, I don't think I'm going to be a blacksmith anymore. But that kind of commitment, I think you kind of have to respect. And sure, sometimes maybe they're cannibals or grave robbers, but they're also very talented artisans and healers and very wise people. And that's true, they're probably very close to family. So for that reason, I'm actually going to put Boda up in C tier for now. And it was a fun game. Turns out I've been playing quite badly. I wasn't using half what I'm supposed to and somehow kind of winning. Well, glad you are winning. Alright, so next we are jumping from Sudan and Ethiopia back up, and I believe our next target here is going to bring us to... Let me bring up my notes. Yes, now we're heading into... I don't know why I wanted to say Blarney Old Ireland, but that's nothing. There's a Blarney Stone, but Blarney is not... Let's head up to beautiful, very wet Ireland. It's a wet place, I think. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Hades. Let me bring that up. And so let me get my timer out. There we are. This is nice. Alright. So, now we are talking about the first of the mer people on our list, the Marrow. That's M-E-R-R-O-W, and not M-A-R-R-O-W. Now, the Marrow are, well, they're fish people. They're actually surprisingly straightforward fish people. Give me head pat. Well, I can't really give you head pats right now, Surby, but I do have a redeem that you might be interested if you want that second part. So, they're kind of the traditional fish person, but they're also kind of transformative. Like, they can potentially go out of water, and part of their mer nature comes from having magical caps. I'm honestly not totally sure, but I mean, well, the magical clothing, that's going to bring us over into Selkie, and let me tell you, that's going to be a whole thing that we'll be talking about later. But I mean, honestly, she's Marrow's, well, I say she, there's actually equally male or female, or presumably also other gendered Marrows, but apparently they do have some shape-shifting magic. They can turn more fish and sea creature, but also less fish and sea creature, making themselves even more magical and beautiful. I mean, that's cool. Look, I'm a queer trans person. Of course, I'm going to appreciate the value of shapeshifting. That's just a given. Very musical Marrows, too. They are in some translations actually kind of thought of as sea singers or sirens. Really nice. Now, they also have kind of, in general, described as a very modest, affectionate, gentle, benevolent disposition, which, I mean, considering we just got over someone who had the slight flaw of occasional grave robbing or cannibalism, it's not a bad thing to have those kind of descriptors. Now, that said, also, while the Marrow maidens are considered beautiful, it's also said that the Marrow men are considered very ugly, so, I mean, I don't know what fish aesthetics are compared to ours, so take that what you will. In general, though, it looks like as long as you respect a Marrow's magical clothing and don't try to just outright steal their magical hats, it seems like you can get along with Marrows pretty well. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I have to say. Marrows just seem all around to be pretty good partner material. So Marrows for now, and again, all of these positions could shift over the night, but I think I'm actually going to start Marrows off at S tier. Like, I really can't think of anything too negative to say about them. Talk to the Innismouth folks about that. Here's to you, Innismouth folk. That shitheel Lovecraft may not have been able to see what was beautiful in you, but we will. Alright, so now we're heading into one that's pretty famous. You know, just a little old magical bird. Oh. And we are done with head pats for now. Thank you very much, but if I get head pat too much, my brain gets a little fuzzy and everything's very warm. And it's almost summer, so everything's already very warm. Anyway, next up, we are moving on to a little bit of a remix. Sorry, I'm gonna change you like a remix, but then I will raise you like a phoenix. So, Phoenix, I'm sure at this point we all know and love to varying degrees. I'll be honest, I hate that it's my first touchstone, but I mean, Phoenixes, for me, unfortunately, were introduced to my childhood brain through the work of a certain hack of a fantasy author that won't be named, but you know her. We all know her, unfortunately. Fortunately, though, the Phoenix, much like its mythological counterpart, dying in bursts of flame and being reborn anew, outlived those associations for me. And honestly, well-deservedly. I mean, the Phoenix, you have a creature who has origins from, from Mycenaean Greek, from ancient Egypt, from, like, what am I even trying to think of? Near Eastern cultures. All of these different inclusions become a part of it, and, I mean, the Phoenix... we can talk about flashy partners, but the Phoenix is probably pretty high up there. Now, there's a lot you can say about the symbolism of a Phoenix, of someone who is timeless, a creature of eternity, one who is able to die and create themselves anew, that kind of rebirth is something that is very good to have as a partner. I mean, sometimes in a relationship you have to be able to recognize that, you know, maybe you made some mistakes, but you need to be able to accept that mistakes can lead to the ending of some things in life and work to create something new out of that. Or everyone changes as they age and go through life, so maybe it'd be good to have a partner who similarly can recognize that people change. You're not the same you that you were perhaps when you met this phoenix. And the phoenix perhaps might not be the same phoenix that you knew when you got into things, but at the core there's something that both of you saw in each other that brought you together in the first place, wasn't there? And as long as you have that core, you can still make anything work. So we've got those elements, which I think very good sentiments. Now, we also admittedly have a lot of philosophical and religious implications from all different sorts of orders, and I mean, I may be a white, but I'm not a white who actually knows that much about Big JC's religion, so I can't speak too much about that. But if you can handle a partner who maybe can get a little bit preachy with their beliefs sometimes, you could do worse. I think the biggest problem with having a phoenix as a partner, though, is... okay, well, what isn't a problem is that, let's be realistic, you won't be the first or the last partner this bird will ever have, right? You are not going to outlive a phoenix. It's literally an immortal embodiment of eternity. That said, that in and of itself isn't a problem. What is kind of a problem, though, is consider what kind of perspective someone who literally has all of time to make and break relationships. Consider what that kind of monumental perspective would mean in it thinking about you as a very small, limited part of its existence. I'm not saying that some flames aren't meant to last forever or anything like that, or imply that that's a bad thing. I am saying, though, that no matter how important they are to you, it's going to be hard for you to be as important to them. Like, I imagine going through that many relationships, at a certain point, a phoenix has to be a little emotionally hardened to it. Not necessarily in a bad thing, just in a self-defense for their own emotional health sort of thing. Like, they are ageless. They've seen so many people that have been special to them. How would you ever be able to totally know that you mean as much, you know? When they live forever, they just ultra dwell on the small moments and enjoy them for what they are. Yeah, that's an equal possibility. So you would still be their world for your time? Potentially. I think... I think the Phoenix is going to be a difficult spot because, well, like the Phoenix's metamorphic age and size and growth and all that, it also has kind of a shifting space in terms of what kind of relationship it would have. Oh, also, another thing we haven't considered, when a Phoenix is reborn, does that reset memories? does that reset like emotional mental growth? Like, if you if even if someone has all the same memories, if they have the mentality of a child, that's gonna potentially hurt the relationship, you know? Like, I'll say this much. I'm not going to be putting phoenixes in the lower half of this chart because I do think that in the end they'd be a fairly positive figure still. But there's so many problems inherent potentially in the rebirth and the timeless aspect that I it would be shifting throughout its relationship with you which parts of the scale it would actually be on, for me at least. So for now, I'm going to be putting it in A tier. It might drop down, it might go higher, but for now, that's where I'm putting it. This is the kind of hard-hitting discussion I was hoping to have tonight, so thank you all for already making my wildest dreams for this stream come true. So, now that we got that taken care of, let's head from Greece / ancient Egypt / the Near East all the way over to China next for the Kirin, or the Kirin, depending on which spelling you go with. So, the Kirin, or Kirin, I'll be using Kirin because I don't think I can pronounce Kirin as well. Or maybe I can, I don't know. If you speak if you speak whichever version of Chinese that word is from, you can get at me in the comments. But the Kirin is, well, it's kind of a bionicorn, I guess. It's a magical, mystical, hooved mammal. It has, like, a sort of serpenty tail, the 2 horns. Ki is usually pronounced chi. So, Chin. Chin. Or Kirin. Chin. Alright. Tune. So the tune, it apparently has actually has been kind of identified a little bit with mythical giraffes, if that gives you a better idea. Imagine kind of a mix of a dragon, a unicorn, a horse, and a giraffe. Unless I already said giraffe. But regardless, if you combine all of those animals together, you basically have a tune. So, going through the notes. Well, what do we know about these? It is apparently a very quiet, very, not resigned, but not stoic either, but very serene, perhaps, sort of creature. It is all about that pacifistic lifestyle. Like, it has the reputed ability to walk on grass without even disturbing the grass. Or that might just be because it has long giraffe legs. It's kind of hard to tell. But it is kind of thought to be Oh, and it's also sometimes on fire. I should mention that. That's also important. It's sort of a virtuous kind of enforcer, I guess you could think of it. Like sometimes they're said to punish the wicked or to enact divine judgments on people. Very, very aggressively Buddhist, again, as I mentioned. Yeah, sometimes they're just partially on fire too. I guess it's I guess it's kind of like because they can fly? I'm not sure. But the good thing is that they tend to only appear in places where there's already a wise, benevolent figures in charge, and they can also be very fiercely protective if a pure person is threatened by a malicious one, doing stuff like spouting fire out of their mouth, or, just being a magical giraffe binicorn. Yeah. In general, though, they're a pretty good thing to see. Good righteousness symbols, general good omens, prosperity, success, protection, fertility. Apparently, they've often been depicted as bringing a baby to a family, so I guess instead of storks in China, you just got fucking magic giraffes delivering babies. That's pretty cool. But I mean, in general, I think it seems that it could be a pretty solid partner. So this brings into question, though, how do you handle partners with potentially very different spiritual or religious beliefs? Because certainly, I think Buddhism is one of those faiths that and again, I am a white. I was raised as a Catholic white, so I'm not gonna have the best grasps on language, or not languages, on religions and cultures and that such. But in general, from what I've seen, I get the impression that Buddhism is a sort of faith that is more easily adaptable to accept kind of other belief systems too. But if you're someone who has any sort of religion that goes very much against it, or if you're the kind of person who perhaps isn't as good as you could be, you're trying to work on it, it could be a bit of a judgmental partner. Like, there's nothing that necessarily says that this is someone who is it's perpetuating the good and punishing the bad, but there's nothing to say really about if you are bad but want to be good. And also, I mean, if you just really can't vibe with a super devout Buddhist, well, that also kind of said something about you, I guess. But I don't know, maybe like hunting and eating meat is just super important. Eastern religions like Confucianism and Buddhism are more philosophy systems than strictly religious ones. You will have to contend with a different moral code, though. That is true, and I imagine that a lot of those could be something of a culture shock for a lot of people. So, in general, Kirins are, I think, potentially a good partner, but I think it's one that you would still have to kind of work out the details with. Which, I mean, I guess considering Tirin are also basically like all philosophy students themselves, they'd probably be pretty willing to just like sit down and hash out philosophy talk. Which, I mean, that could be kind of fun in and of itself. Where to put the Kirin, though? Or Chin. Giraffe husband teaching me Eastern philosophy. Well, when you put it that way, maybe I'll find later on in the stream I'm being too generous or something like that, but for now, I'll go with A tier. Alright, so now we go from China back all the way across half the world, and we are now coming to land in... Bring up my notes. There it is. We're heading down to West Virginia. Or, actually, sorry. Just a little off from West Virginia. We're going to Maryland. Maryland? Maryland? It's a very exotic name. I'm afraid I'm not super familiar with it, but... So, the Snallygaster is a fun one because it is that delightful mix of first-generation immigrant folklore mixed with absolutely bizarre American interpretations of it. It might have originally been something called a Schnellergeist. Sorry, a Schnellergeist, or a quick ghost in German, but it eventually somehow got from Schnellergeist to Snallygaster, which I guess when I say it, it's not that far of a stretch. But it ends up being, gosh, how do I begin to describe this chimera? Well, I guess a chimera is a good way to start. It has sort of half bird-like features with the wings and the beak and that general body structure, but it also has a lot of reptilian characteristics. You could actually kind of make a good case for this being sort of like a American dragon. That is not Jake Long. I do not want to besmirch Jake Long by comparing him to the Snallygaster. Also, though, in addition to being a reptile bird creature dragon, it has a lot of real wild add-on additions here, like its beak. First off, it's metal, and also it's lined with razor-sharp teeth. Sometimes it has octopus tentacles. Why? I don't know. It was said this is all in the 18th to 19th century for the most part, getting a little bit into the 20th. Not super far, though. Excuse me. But, its general behavior was just a general terror to the region. It would somehow silently, from the sky swoop down, which doesn't make a ton of sense considering it is a massive half-reptile, half-bird, also maybe like a quarter octopus monster dragon. But it just swoops down, picks up, carries off the victim, so I guess at the very least you get to travel. And the stories claimed that it then also sucked blood, so that's a thing, I guess. But a fun bit of German-American folklore, it was said that 7-pointed stars reportedly kept it at bay, which is why on so many places in that region and elsewhere on the eastern coast, you see those barns with those kinds of geometric star art on it. That's one of the reasons why that got started as such a big cultural thing. This reminds me a bit of the Dunwich Horror's Invisible Beast. I wouldn't be surprised. It's definitely got the same vibes of, like, small-town horror. Oh, then in the 19th century, it might have been suggested that the legend was brought back to frighten freed slaves, so, not a great look for the Snallygaster. Gotta admit, not a great look. Also, in the 20th century, we get a few more details. It now also has steel hook claws and an eye in the center of its forehead, and makes a locomotive train whistle noise when it screeches. So that's kind of cool. Interestingly though, at this point, fun fact, President Roosevelt seriously looks into the possibility of trying to hunt the Snallygaster. I just think that's kind of wild and great that one of our most mimetic presidents once tried to hunt a dragon. But, I mean, from there on, the Snallygaster doesn't really have a great reputation. Also, it gets compared with Joseph McCartney during the whole, witch hunts that he did. Not great. But yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't have a lot to it other than being this weird-looking dragon thing. But what it does have, it doesn't really look great. I mean, we know that it hates immigrants. We know that it frightens freed slaves. We know that it is comparable to Joseph McCartney. This just sounds... Joseph McCarthy. McCarthy.
McCartney is...
Oh yeah, I know McCartney.
That's a Beatle.
But, yeah, I mean, the Snallygaster, he's a dragon, but he also just sounds like an asshole. I'm probably gonna put him... yeah, I'll put him in F for now. Like, the combination... Like, okay, 18th century, Snallygaster comes into the picture. His first stance is he hates immigrants. Not a great look. Maybe next time in the 19th century he can make a better impression. Maybe he's had some time to reflect, improve on his bad takes. He comes out as pro-slavery. A little further on, 20th century, maybe this time? Nope, he's into McCarthyism, so yeah, I gotta put him down in the F tier for now. Alright, so next we're going up into the woodlands of the Midwest. Oh, actually not even Midwest. Yeah, we're not... what's the name of that place between the Midwest and the Eastern Seaboard? Yeah, he's a dude of bad takes. Snallygaster's problematic. SMH my head. Alright. So, next up, we've got inarguably the absolute saddest cryptid on the list in many ways. We're heading into Pennsylvania to talk about the squonk. So, the squonk is one of the many prestigious cryptids, as my own kind come from, to be fearsome critters. You know, the creatures that only, like, lumberjacks and such heard of. So, we sometimes got thought to be hoaxes, but no, we're real. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But, the squonk... Well, first off, I don't want to sound like... yes, Appalachia. That's the other place I was thinking of.
Abigail.
Thank you, Abby. But, the squonk, I don't want to sound superficial, but it's going to be impossible for me to talk about the squonk without addressing this. The squonk is incredibly unattractive. And I mean this purely in a visual sense. In any other sense, it seems like potentially a very sad, very depressed, but perfectly reasonable individual. But I could just not find any kind of flattering descriptor of the squonk. Well, to go from one of the direct accounts from the books of lore written about the fearsome critters, the squonk is of a very retiring disposition, generally traveling at about twilight and dusk. Because of its misfitting skin, which is covered with warts and moles, it is always unhappy. Hunters who are good at tracking are able to follow a squonk by its tear-stained trail, for the animal weeps constantly. So, for starters, we have someone who, at a certain point, not to be too much of a downer, at a certain point I can kind of relate to that, you know? Like, I think we've all had those moments where we feel completely unlovable. And I'm not saying this to try and have any kind of pity party. I'm saying that because I think that's something that's kind of a genuinely universal sort of thing. Unless you're someone who, like, came out of the pussy full of confidence, never lost that confidence, which, if that's the case, freaking good for you. That's something you should try and hold on to. But unless you're that person, you've probably had moments where you feel a little bit like a squonk yourself. Here's the thing, though. The squonk gets so depressed, it actually circles back around to being kind of productive for it. What I mean is, when cornered and escape seems impossible, or when surprised and frightened, the squonk cries so hard, it dissolves itself into tears. And from that pool can then later reform. It is literally embodied sadness, which, if that ain't tragic, fuck man, I don't know what is. The squonk does need love, but I also need to talk with the squonk about something that can be a very tough pill to swallow. It's not easy, but sometimes there will be people in your life who will think that they are looking for affection in, like, a romantic sense, in that kind of partnership, that are just not in a place emotionally, mentally, where they, for their own good, can have any kind of partnership in that sense. They, at a certain point, you can't be your partner's therapist. I mean, you could be a literal therapist, but even then, it's really not advisable to actually be your partner's therapist. You can support them in trying to seek help from professionals. You can listen when they need to vent. You can provide reassurance or positive affirmation or potential advice and be there. But at a certain point, someone can become so despondent that for their good, they're just not in a place that they can have a healthy romantic relationship. So it's for that reason that I'm putting the squonk in C tier. In and of itself, the squonk did nothing wrong. The squonk is a victim of circumstance. However, the squonk is still in a position where it needs a lot more than just a romantic partner to fix its life. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be there if you want to be, but it should be as a friend, as that kind of loved one, rather than a romantic one, because if you're trying to form a romantic relationship while in the depths of a self-loathing, constant depression, that's not going to be healthy for anyone. So for that reason, also, the reason that the squonk isn't lower than C tier is because, I mean, there is the potential there still for growth, assuming that you can help them work through the issues, or you can help support them while they work through the issues with professionals. There is still potential for a relationship to grow from that. So that's why I'm putting the squonk up in C tier. Alright, so let's see, we're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in. Alright, not bad. Okay, so next up we are headed back to Japan for the Yuki Onna. So this is the first of the cryptids, which are like, oh, is that really a cryptid? Isn't that kind of like a person, kinda? To which I say, yeah, kinda, but really, I kinda said earlier why I'm still doing this anyway. Anyway, the notes. So the Yuki Onna. You know her, you love her. Some call her the Snow Woman or the Snow Girl or Snow Daughter. Sometimes she's older and she's a Snow Granny or a Snow Hag. But regardless, she is a embodiment of ice and snow and cold in yokai. So the Yuki Onna is interesting in that although she is immediately a very, very dangerous figure to be close to, because, well, humans really aren't, like, meant to surround themselves and literally physically embrace freezing cold, you know? At least from what I've seen. But there's actually a surprising amount of folklore that is explicitly about people having relationships with Yuki Onna, so we can actually just look straight at that. So these aren't all necessarily romantic relationships. Sometimes it is that someone, like, say, a elderly couple is looking for someone that is one of their children that they're searching for, and she ends up being sort of mistaken for that. Sometimes she also kind of takes advantage of people's kindness. There's stories of Yuki Onna asking passerby to hold and hug a child as she's in the freezing cold, but when one hugs the child, it gets heavier and heavier until the person is just covered in snow and they freeze to death. Or if they refuse, they get shoved down into a valley full of snow. Either way, not a great reaction. You never want a partner that you can't say no to. That's an important fact. Also, sometimes they are thought to be kind of body heat vampires, which, I mean, I guess makes a lot of sense for what a Yuki Onna embodies. At the same time, she's a capable single mom. That, that's a fair point. That's a fair point, Abby. Sometimes, also, in addition to the body heat vampirism, they're said to take the livers out of children and just straight up freeze people to death. In some parts of Japan, just looking at her and talking with her would result in being eaten, which on the one hand, kind of extreme. On the other hand, though, I respect a woman who is assertive of her her time and what she wants to do with it to the point that she will kill someone for it, you know? Sometimes an embodiment of ice and snow is just on the bus, to be on the bus to go somewhere. She's not on the bus to talk to you, dude. Don't try and talk to her. It's your own fault. But, there's also an equal number of Yukiona who have kind of positive outcomes in their relationships with people, like stories of how someone treated a Yukiona that they took in during a freezing blizzard, took care of over the night, and in the morning she was gone, but she had left behind a copious amount of gold. Or there was a story about Yukiona who there was a story about a Yukiona who encountered a mountain hunter sort of dude, and she spared him with the single restriction that if you ever tell anyone about this, I will kill you. And then she goes, and later on he meets like years later a beautiful woman. Now granted, in the story her name is literally spelled with the character for snow, so it's like you can kind of see where this is going. But he falls in love with this beautiful woman. They're very happy together. They get married, they have children, and then one night he talks about his encounter with the Yukiona to his wife, who, surprise, surprise, turns out to have been the Yukiona in disguise, and now only spares him because she's not about to leave her children without any parent, but she is fucking out of there because he broke the rule. So, on the one hand, not a great look when you're basically just willing to totally abandon people who really didn't do anything wrong in that scenario. Like, it's not the kid's fault that their dad is an idiot. So it's not great when you have someone who's willing to take out frustration on a third party that really didn't do anything involved. That said, if you actively respect... She just went to get milk. Puff. But at the same time, if you do actively respect her boundaries, follow the statutes that she sets out, it seems like things can work out fairly well. You know, just keep promises. Don't talk to people who don't want to talk to you. Don't turn people away if there's a freezing blizzard outside, you know? Kind of obvious stuff. And like, there's nothing in the stories that suggest if she does come into your life and you aren't immediately killed, that it's a bad time. So, I mean, I'm probably gonna put her up in the B tier. There we go. Alright. So, we've now got the first 10. We are 1/6 of the way there. How you feeling, chat?
You got 1/6 of the way in an hour and a half.
Yep.
Also, don't put that on the floor. We haven't vacuumed.
Alright, so it is 9:35. Yeah, that's an hour and a half in. It means we still have 2.5 hours. Yes, I can still do math. Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna need to pick up the pace a little bit, but that's no problem. So, next, we are going to go from here in Japan all the way over to Indonesia. I'm gonna make some dinner as we go. Sounds good. Let me know what you have in me, Abby. Chat is learning. I should hope so. This is a very educational stream, after all. So now we have the Ahoo! Or the Ahul. It is kind of like a giant bat, but it's also got like a monkey face. Its name, as I might have implied there, is because it has a very loud, very distinct cry, Ahoo! Or something like that. So it's said to live in the deepest parts of the jungles of Java. Chad, do you know if it's Java or Java? I guess I'll go with Java for now. It's thought to be a Goliath-sized bat's body with a chimpanzee's face, red-skinned wings with large claws on the forearms, covered in gray fur. It is, well, I'd say it's more like Bat-Monkey Man, but it definitely has elements of both a man and a monkey. Oh, sorry, a man and a bat. Yeah. It is said to have a wingspan of 18 to 28 feet long, 6 to 9 meters. That's 3 or 4.5 times larger than the largest species of bat known to man, the flying fox. So I think this is, let me double check the list. Yeah, this is our, oh no, the Groot slang was technically our first really big partner, but this one's still pretty big. So, the sightings of it has mostly been seen by, looks like mainly it's been seen by people in sort of an exploratory kind of position. How should I put this? There's not as many encounters, it looks like, from more of a indigenous, for the sake of indigenous culture, storytelling. It just seems to be very territorial. Like, in one account from the 1920s, there was a naturalist who saw on the slope by a waterfall a giant unknown bat that flew right overhead. Apparently, that didn't seem to bother him enough, because 2 years later, he came back, and while lying in bed in his tent, in a little thatched house, he heard the sounds of the jungle and heard the gigantic wing beats and terrifying cry of the giant Ahoo! Directly overhead his hut. So, I mean, we really don't have that much to work with here. Wonder if the Bishaten in the new Monster Hunter is inspired by this, the big blue-gray bat monkey in the game. Maybe. I haven't seen much of the new Cryptid, the new Monster Hunter new Monster Hunter monsters. I did hear though that a lot of the new ones introduced in Rise are inspired by not cryptids, yokai. So that was pretty exciting. I might have to take a closer look into that. But it doesn't seem to like actively try to attack people. It is mostly it mostly seems to just stick to itself, but it is very territorial and kind of an opportunist, because like it seems like the encounters were mainly with instances where there was not really a place to retreat, or there was no potential to have negative consequences for it. And that's not really a great. It's not really a great trait to have in a partner. Someone who's only willing to try and do things when it's easy, when there's no real commitment required to it, and who is otherwise willing to just kind of sit back and just piss away their time to do whatever else they want to do. It basically sounds like a neat boyfriend. Kind of, yeah. Like, I mean, it's not really described as actively aggressive, so I don't want to put it in F tier, but I do think I have to put it in D tier because, like, it's just not interested in you unless it can have some sort of opportunity to do what it wants to do on its terms with you, or unless you try to come into its territory. So it's like, it's not even the kind of neat boyfriend who would be like, oh yeah, I'd be super happy to show you all of these things that I love so we can share something that I love together. It's the kind of neat boyfriend who would be like, no, you are not allowed to like the things I like. You are not allowed to know they exist. Go away. This is my room. So for that, I'm gonna put him in D. It's not quite actively toxic enough to merit being an F, but still just not good. Alright, so, chat? So he's a Redditor. I'm not saying anything. Alright, so chat, let me ask you a quick question, chat. Chat, what are your opinions on MILFs? Can I get a quick poll, chat? What do y'all think of MILFs? What about really huge fucking giant MILFs? Y'all like giant MILFs? I'll give chat a little bit of time to catch up. I just want to make sure. Alright, well, I am gonna show you probably the biggest MILF that I have on this list. Jumping over to Middle Eastern cultures, we have the roc, the largest bird possibly ever. Let me tell you about the roc. She is a big woman. She is capable as a fully grown adult to have a wingspan up to 48 feet, feathers as big as palm leaves. Its eggs alone were said to be over 150 feet in circumference. It fed adult elephants to its children for food. Whole adult elephants. That's wild. Also kind of wild that, like, even as late as Marco Polo's Book of Travels or Arabian Nights, when that was written, it was still, like, a pretty actively described as, oh yes, this is a thing that's still around. But as far as we know, I mean, it's willing to go to the Lady Dimitrescu, the Cryptid scarf. But yeah, I mean, the roc is very much seemingly defined by its role as a parent, because all of the accounts seem to either be like, this is the length it goes to feed its children, this is how much it is willing to defend its children. You will not stop the roc. You can go into the kitchen, but I can tell you what the roc's cooking. It's none of your fucking business. What she's cooking is first for her chicks. And then, if you're worthy, maybe you can have a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. The roc is a self-realized woman, and if you end up getting in a relationship with her, it's because she has decided that you are someone who is kind of worthy of her time, you know? I mean, I'm kind of not sure where to put her, to be honest. Because she's if you were to date The Rock, you you would not be like you would have to come to terms that you will never be the most important thing in her life. And that's not a bad thing. I think that it's totally healthy to know where your priorities are, and I can respect that she is a single mother who is willing to go to great lengths, and she doesn't really actively antagonize outside of those. She does what she needs to. I respect that. I think I'm actually going to be putting The Rock up in the B. B because odds are you're probably not going to be able to get her attention in the first place. But if you can, there's something there. And what's there is a giant MILF. Alright, so we are now jumping from the Middle East back over to Africa with the Mukole Mbembe. Mukole Mbembe. It's a fun name to say. So now, if you smell what The Rock is cooking, well, I don't know actually what she would cook. I guess elephant? I'm not sure how to cook elephant, but I'm sure you could. So the Mukole Mbembe, or in translated name, one who stops the flow of rivers, it comes from the Congo River Basin. So it is, apparently there's actually just a whole group of similar creatures that are broadly called the African Mystery Beasts. So, they've got a fun friend circle. That's cool. But, well, Mukole Mbembe, it's hard to say what exactly, or where exactly its interests lie. Because on the one hand, first I should actually, yeah, that is true. One who stops the flow of rivers. They do be dummy thick. Don't worry about that. So the Mukole Mbembe, it kind of looks a little bit like a spined. I forget. Is Brontosaurus still a term, or did that get changed to Apatosaurus? Whichever the big, stupid, long neck dinosaurs were, it looks kind of like that. Though it also has spines going down the back, like bony spines, not like sharp pointy spines, and a unicorn horn on its nose. Apato, the brachiosaurals. Alright. It lurks around the rivers and waterways of the Congo, and it usually just does the kind of things that any old dinosaur would want to do. Play around in the river all day, bask, eat a hell of a lot of food, plants and otherwise. I mean, it's not really a very complicated creature. And while I'd love to say that it is like some active antagonizer to the colonial powers that moved into the Congo, it's kind of just a mutual opportunity, an equal opportunist indifferent. It really just doesn't care. It eats a hell of a lot of plants. It is willing to eat other things too if it gets in the way. Very aggressive, though, actually. It will destroy any canoes or boats that approach it by tipping it and then biting and smashing it. Also, there is just a general problematic thing with the kind of indifference it has to give it its namesake, the one who stops the flow of rivers. Like, I mean, the rivers are incredibly important to life. That's just kind of a basic fact for something in that part of the world. But it just doesn't really care. It comes and goes, stopping the vital, life-giving water for any of the communities there, and it just doesn't really care. It is capable of eating, or not eating, but of killing elephants or hippos, humans alike, but it just doesn't really care. Yeah, it just vibes, eats food, and doesn't care about who's in charge of the country. Sounds like me. But, I mean, in general, it just is so indifferent. It's hard to really put it anywhere in particular. I think, kind of like the Ahul, it just wouldn't really care, you know? Not great in a partner. Alright, so now we are on to a more loose identification of what a cryptid could be. Specifically, it is shadow people. So shadow people is kind of, man, those are goals, but at the same time, it's very indifferent and pretty unfulfilling. And you know, sometimes, I mean, maybe that lifestyle is fine for some, but if it's not for you, it's not gonna care. So, yes, so shadow people are, well, they're people made of shadows? Maybe they're ghosts? Maybe they're parallel dimensions? I don't know. We don't know. They just look like shadows in that kind of faint, fleeting way. They're apparently reported often moving with quick and jerky motions, which I don't like that. People who lost a children's card game? Maybe. We don't really know where they come from, but apparently there have been accounts of them just going on and on and on for people, but there are reports that they just kind of produce eerie noises, like kind of staticky screams, wind, creaking wood. They are thought to be they're thought to be associated with feelings of just intense, not fight, not flight, but freeze reactions for people. Like, they make victims feel unable to move and just kind of stare at them unrelentingly. Interestingly enough, although it's kind of impossible to really identify them specifically, there is apparently one particular shadow person, the Hat Man, who has been reported very frequently with surprisingly not that much variation in appearance and behavior between witnesses. It's apparently a solid black shadow man, sometimes with like red or black eyes. I don't know how you would tell black eyes on a black shadow, but okay. With a wide-brimmed hat and a long trench coat, and he just kind of is there. People feel like this intense sense of malevolence, but also kind of curious malevolence. So he hates you, but he wants to know more about why he hates you? How he hates you? Maybe he's a devil? We're not really sure. One thing we are sure about, though, is that this motherfucker wears a fedora in 2021. Hatman wears a fucking fedora. You know what we think about fedoras in this channel, or if you don't, now you do. This fedora neck goatee assholes, he's just a malevolent 2D guy who likes watching and doesn't actually do anything other than make you feel like you can't move And you don't want anyone who's going to stifle you as a person. Don't want anyone who's going to stifle your growth. This guy is going in F. Alright, next we are on to a difficult one to talk about because, look, I picked these for hopeful diversity's sake. I didn't pick them for ease of talking about, because if I did, I probably... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Because if I did, I probably wouldn't have picked the Olgoi Korkoi, I think. It means intestine worm, apparently in Mongolian, but people outside Mongolia, we usually call it the Mongolian deathworm. It has been described to be anywhere from 2 to 7 feet long and has the ability to... Oh, also it's blood red and looks kind of like an intestine. But it has the ability to spit out corrosive yellow saliva acid and generate blasts of electricity. And that's kind of all we know? I mean... Like, it looks like it kind of is a bit of a tunneler, too. Like, you know, what was that one movie, Tremors, I think? That had the worms. But yeah, it just apparently tunnels through the world, through the desert sands. It pops out like a lethal whack-a-mole, covers prey with its acid spit to, corrode it. Apparently, it can also raise half its body out of the sand and start to inflate until it explodes, releasing lethal poison all over a victim. So lethal, it literally kills you instantly. Livestock and humans are thought to be its main prey. I mean, that's not a great start. Seems like it's actually likely not a worm. It might be something like a skink or one of those lizard worms, you know, worm lizards, you know. They kind of look like worms, but they're actually lizards without any arms. I mean, worm lizards are pretty cute, I'll admit that. I think so anyway. But I mean, that's really all we have. Have you ever wanted to date an Arrakis sandworm? Not gonna lie, he sounds pretty impressive. It might be a snake. It might be. We don't know. Apparently cryptozoologists have been looking for it basically since the 90s, when Mongolia, which was under the control of the Soviet Union, actually got like opened up to interest from the West. But I mean, the locals seem pretty confident that it exists, but people outside of the region haven't really had any kind of definitive evidence one way or the other, so I guess it would be a very elusive partner. And if I had to say anything for the Deathworm, it seems like it would be very straightforward, I guess, with what it wants and what it needs, which, I mean, that's kind of good, and that's a good thing to have in communication. However, I'm really not seeing anything, I gotta be honest. It doesn't really seem to care about my needs as a partner, because I could not fit in tunnel. I could not spit acid, or electricity, or explode in poison. And I feel like it would kind of leave me left out, and I don't know. Imagine just giving a tour on your vacation when a death snake worm comes out of nowhere and kills you. It's not great. I'm gonna have to put Mongolian deathworm probably in F, because there's just nothing there, you know? I try to extrapolate dating lives from some of these, but I really don't have something to work with for that one. Next, though, is one that I'm sure many people know and love. It's the Chupacabra. Do I have any Chupacabra fans in the audience tonight? I certainly hope so. So, who is ready to suck a goat? I hope you are, because this Puerto Rican all-star alien-looking reject, the Chupacabra, is definitely ready to chow down on all of the goat's brown towns, by which I mean sticks its proboscis up the goat butt and sucks all the blood out. Actually, that's pretty much all. It looks, depending on if you're in Puerto Rico, it looks sort of like an alien that sucks blood out of goats. If you live in Texas, it looks like a dog with mange who does dog with mange thingies. But the goat suckers, no, just that. A very weird kind of, maybe based off of a movie, alien monster looking thing. Exactly, yeah. I'm a fan of goats, and I have to admit, well, I want to give it a fair shake if possible, but it's kind of hard to, because if I go from the angle of the Chupacabra is a mangy dog, then I have to accept that they're probably not going to live very long, which, I mean, while selfish, it's hard. It's hard to form lasting, meaningful relationships, at least in personal experience, with people that know they're not long for this world. That could just be a me thing, but it's my experience. And if we go from the angle of it is like this alien-looking motherfucker, then we have to accept that it was actually inspired by, or the original design was inspired by someone who had just seen the sci-fi horror movie Species. In Species, they create a alien-human hybrid through DNA experimentation, and the hybrid tries to mate with human males, and yeah, this is I don't want to spoil the movie Species, I guess, but yeah, this alien girl is not very oof. Well, so if it is a mangy dog, I don't feel comfortable making a relationship with someone who is not in their right mind and is potentially going to pass away soon of having mange. If I am dealing with the Puerto Rican Chupacabra, I don't really feel comfortable with the very, very unhealthy relationship dynamics in that film. And if I'm dealing with either one, well, I value goats too much. Oh, wrong tab. I thought I would have had more to say in the Chupacabra's favor, but oh, they were older than mid-90s. Did not think it was that modern. No, yeah, they're surprisingly fresh. I really can't think of much to say in favor of these little fellas. So I thought I would have more to say, but Guess not. Well, we go from Puerto Rico all the way back up to, I believe, this is the Wolver. Where is that on the list of notes? There it is. So, the Wolver. This is kind of a werewolf from the Shetland Islands. It's a werewolf in the sense that it is a humanoid body, but it only ever has a wolf head. It's never like a human form. So, furries, I know you're out there in chat. I know you're there. It's okay, you don't need to hide. We're in the part with the official furries. The Wolver is a wolfman who lives alone in caves, and, well, his favorite thing is fishing. You can see him. There's a rock that's literally called the Wolver Stone because he likes nothing better than just sitting on top of that rock and going fishing all day. He seems to be a pretty nice guy outside of that. He's seen helping travelers find their way through towns and cities. He even also puts some of his fish on the windowsills of poor families or families mourning a loss. He pays respects by just like visiting outside, giving some fish. I mean, that's all there is to it, but I don't know what else you really need. This is someone who I think I don't know a lot about. Werewolf with MILF energy. Yeah, you know, I don't know necessarily who. I don't know necessarily if there's more than one Wolver. I certainly hope so, but they just seem like nice people. Like, sure, my papa deer enjoyed fishing much more than I do, but, like, if the worst thing that I can say about someone is they really, really get into passionately this one hobby, then, I mean, if it's not hurting anyone and it's not unhealthy, it's not a problem. Wolvers seems like I feel like I don't know enough to say for sure that they would be super ideal. I feel like they'd be pretty good. Sarge. Hey Simmons, what's the name of that Mexican lizard eats all the goats? Simmons. That would be the chupacabra, sir. Sarge. Hey Griff, chupa thingy. How about that? I like it. Got a ring to it. I assume that is something from the hit show Green vs. Yellow. Am I right? But yeah, man, I love furries. That is going to put this MILF into, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put this Fisher Wolf up there in A. Some werewolves are kinda bad, but the Wolver's are just a pretty nice guy. Okay, now from the Shetland Isles, we are jumping... Spot on. From the Shetland Isles, we are jumping back over to another fearsome critter, this time in Minnesota and Wisconsin. We're talking the tea kettler. So the tea kettler resembles a small, stubby-legged little dog with the ears of a cat. So basically a corgi? A corgi. This corgi gets its name from the sound it makes, though, which is akin to that of a boiling tea kettle. Now here's the fun part. It only walks backwards by choice, and steam emits from its mouth as it makes its whistle. So it's just this tiny little corgi running around, butt first, through the woods of Wisconsin and Minnesota, whistling as it just puffs steam out behind it, or in front of it, if it's running backwards, but I don't know. Any dog that pairs with a corgi just makes different sized corgis. Exactly, that's just basic math. I mean, again, I really don't have much in the way of characteristics here. Uh, it's said because only very few lumberjacks have ever seen one that it is a very shy creature, but at the same time, it doesn't seem particularly, like, afraid to not reward, afraid to alert people to its existence, you know? Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be seen, or sometimes even want to be seen, but you will know it is here. You will hear it. It will contribute its voice when it needs to and when it wants to. Again, really not that much I can go on, though. I'm probably going to put this one... I'm going to have to put this one in C tier, I think. Which is tough. But, like, while there's nothing bad about it, there's also just nothing particularly positive other than it's cute. Alright. Alright, let me do a quick count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 out of 60. We're almost a third of the way there. Alright, so next we are going from Minnesota and Wisconsin all the way down here. You can trace it here on the map to Chile and the Alicanto. I just like saying that name, Alicanto. So if you thought the phoenix was a flashy bird, ho ho, wait till you meet the Alicanto. The Alicanto are nocturnal, luminescent birds that live in the caves and mines of the mountainous regions of South and Central America, most notably Chile. At night, their feathers shine with metallic colors, and their eyes emit strange lights. There are two types of Alicanto, one which feeds on silver, one which feeds on gold. And sometimes they eat so much that they end up weighing too much to fly. Sometimes they can't fly at all, and just run along like a little road runner. They also nest near hills that contain the precious stones of their diet, and spotting one is said to bring good luck, if you can find and follow it. For a while, without being caught, if you can follow along, you will see that they will lead you to silver and gold. But if they discover you, and they don't like you, it will push you off a cliff or lure them into a deep ravine where you'll fall to your death. That said, it's also been said that Alicanto will help humans that they particularly favor to find gold and silver, as long as the human is willing to share what they find with the bird. So, I mean, that seems pretty reasonable. I mean, relationships are more than just give and take, but there has to be a certain level of reciprocity at the baseline too, right? And ultimately, it is a sense of sometimes in relationships, you have to follow your first instincts. You have to trust your gut in knowing, is there a good heart behind what someone's motivations are, or are they just trying to use me? And I can respect that in an Alicanto. I can respect that. The Alicanto for me are currently somewhere between a C and a B. I think this is tough. I guess for now, For now, I will put them in B, because while we don't have a lot to go on for them, what's there speaks to someone who knows their boundaries, who trusts their emotional intuition, who wants to make sure there's a healthy give and take in a relationship. And I mean, those are all good fundamentals. Alright, so now we jump back over to Japan and the world of yokai for a very, very recently relevant one. We are talking the Amabie. So, the Amabie is a legendary yokai mermaid with a bird beak-like mouth, 3 legs, or maybe tail fins, who comes from the sea to either prophesize abundant harvest or an epidemic. So, it is a very, very interesting and very distinct looking creature. You can actually find a ton of fan art of the Amabie for something that I'll explain in just a second. But historically, what happened when she first came around, which was approximately 1846 in Japan, there are reports that there was a glowing object spotted in the sea almost on a nightly basis. A town official went to the coast to investigate and witnessed the 3-legged sea beauty of the Amabie. According to the sketch made by the official, it had long hair, a mouth like bird's bill, covered in scales from the neck down, and was 3-legged. It addressed the official, identifying itself as an Amabie, and told him that it lived in the open sea, and then delivered the prophecy of good harvest will continue for 6 years from the current year. If disease spreads, draw a picture of me and show the picture of me to those who fall ill. Afterwards it returned to the sea, seemingly never to be seen again. Now the reason you might have seen this recently is because starting around late February of last year, a whole bunch of anime artists started drawing fan art of the Amabie because of that prophecy she delivered, you know? Draw pictures of me if there's a pandemic going around to help stop the spread. And she became a sort of a... Oh. Were they fully sure it was a 3rd leg? Yeah, I think you could make the interpretation of it as being very demanding, but at the same time, I mean, the fact is, the kind of healthcare propaganda necessary to help get the word out and, in general, just keep people's morale up, that, in that sense, the Amabie really did do exactly what she said she was going to do. They got a problem with skips? No, man, people were doing fan art free. Admittedly, Ham, you do have a point. Demanding fan art isn't a good look. However, I think in this case, the fact that it did seem at a certain level to actually work when talismans of the Amabie were used in earlier pandemics, it does seem she has some level of ability to actually repel the plague, repel pestilence in general. Thank you for the hydrate redeem puff. So I want to be a little more generous, and also, there's no proof they can't do it other ways. That's fair. That is fair. I do want to look a little more charitably because at the same time, yes, is this a way that she could potentially be doing sort of a hustle? Maybe. At the same time, though, she has done an awful lot of essentially pro bono healthcare work, and really, other than using her magical image, what has she really gained in return for doing all this? Like, she's not asking for celebrity's sake. Is she a little egotistical? Yeah, maybe she is. But I think that sense of she's still ultimately trying to do good is a sign that you could potentially have a meaningful relationship with that kind of person. Maybe it might not be easy to start off, but you could get there, I think, anyway. So for that, I'm actually going to be putting Amabiye up in B tier. Alright. So, carrying on from there, we are going to jump way back up to... excuse me. She's a bit reclusive, but sweethearted and focuses on good things. I think so. That's how I'm interpreting it, at least. So, next up, you're jumping back into Celtic folklore with the polka. Or the polka. Or the polka? Bugaboo? Definitely not bugaboo. The polka? Maybe. I'm just gonna use puka, though. So, the puka, it's some kind of shape-shifting thingy. We know that it's primarily black-colored. Sometimes it's a rabbit, sometimes it's wild horses, sometimes it's a person with particularly black hair. But regardless, the only things is that it just likes hanging out as things with black hair. I guess that's just what to watch out for. Because it can also be invisible, I guess you have to watch out for that too. So I'm not sure how you watch out for something that's invisible, but but it's one that really varies a lot, it seems. There's definitely talk about it being a very tricky sort of figure, like it over-ripens crops, which could be kind of problematic for general harvesting, I guess. And one of its favorite tricks is it turning into just a really enticing horse, just like the most gorgeous the kind of horse that if you were an Irish peasant wandering about after your tasks are done, so tired and weary from the day, you would look at this beautiful horse and think, oh, this horse, I must ride it. But that's the trick, because once you get on a puka's back, it takes you for a fucking wild ride. It tear asses at like 300 miles an hour, jumping all over the which way. It's a real tricky little sucker. That said, though, I mean, other than being like a prankster, it really doesn't seem to have any kind of like negative connotation beyond that. It's said that you can actually just make like conversation and small talk pretty easy with them. They like just chatting. They're willing to help you out with chores and stuff, help you just kind of develop a good livelihood going, to protect people from accidents or misfortune. There's a story where a child befriends a puka who helps him at his millinery job, and then later on makes him a fine silk suit, just because he likes him, I guess, and then decides to go off to travel the world for a while, and later shows up at the guy's wedding to give him a what do they call those? A wedding gift? Yes, a wedding gift. That said, there's also other stories that say, oh, they're man-eating, or they hunt down, kill, and eat their victims. But I mean, there's really not that many comparatively. At worst, they seem to generally be tricksters, and at best, they seem to be pretty reasonable people. I mean, from what I've established, I think I probably would have to put that up in... I'd probably have to put that in B tier, I think, because that's probably roughly the same level of just know what you're doing. And, like, the worst thing is that they might trick you in a prank that would be rough to deal with, but that's not that bad. Alright, so I think we're about a third through now? That's not bad. We're getting through these, chat. Thanks for sticking with me. So, next... Oh, okay. Hey chat, do any of you like those cool Japanese animes? Who here likes animes? Oh, alright. Now, who here likes that one anime about the one white and black-haired guy who has to eat people, and he's got, like, weird centipede extra arms? What's that one called? Tokyo Ghoul? Well, I ain't gonna talk shit about Tokyo Ghoul, but I am gonna talk about ghouls, the Arabic monsters. So, ghoul, it is kind of humanoid. It's some sort of demonic creature that can assume the shape of animals, but also humanoid monsters. They are known to especially populate places in desert wastes or abandoned places like ruins or derelict homes. They prey on young children, drink blood, steal coin, eat the dead, and then take the form of the person most recently eaten. So, I mean, that's not a great start, not gonna lie. I was trying to find positive representations of them in their original lore just for, like, contrast. Couldn't really do that. Not really any. That said, I mean, if I had to say anything positive about ghouls, I would say that sometimes it can be very difficult being someone who is interested in things that many people find off-putting. Things that are a little, maybe macabre, maybe you're one of the people who had, say, a goth phase growing up. Maybe you never grew out of that goth phase. I'd turn to look around at my partner in the bedroom, but that messes up the camera, I have discovered, so I will not. And, you know, sometimes it can be nice to have people who not just accepting of that kind of weird creepiness, but who is willing to outright celebrate it. Who is willing to be just as ghoulish as you want to be. That said, it also is shown to be incredibly abusive, and also I'm pretty sure it commits identity fraud on a regular basis. Not a good look for someone who you're potentially making yourself vulnerable to. So ghouls gotta go down. Alright. So, who here likes dolphins? That's kind of a weird question to start this one off with, but this is kind of a weird cryptid to talk about. Let's bring that up. Where are we in the notes? Ah, there we go. So is this. And there is... they okay? I know a copy pasta about dolphins. You know, that's fair. Dolphins are many things, and not all of them are the most flattering, but they're very intelligent animals, for better and for worse. Like a lot of Arabic creatures, there are shades of benevolence and malevolence in their stories. Alright. If there's anything I can look up, Abby, I'd be happy to reconsider the placement on the list if you think that's merited. So, the Encantado, or the Boto Encantado, is this happy little fella. It's this weird, fleshy, pink river dolphin that lives in the waterways of the Amazonian rivers and rainforest. The Boto Encantado is another shapeshifter. They can appear both as dolphins or as very attractive people who also have a blowhole on the top of their head that they need to cover because it's kind of a dead giveaway. They are said to have very superior musical ability and are skilled in the art of seduction and love-making, and are so fertily potent that the act of love very, very often results in illegitimate children. They also just seem preternaturally attracted to parties, despite the fact that the Encantado are said to come from a utopia world full of wealth and without pain beneath the waters. They actually crave the pleasures and hardships of human society. So we're off to a good start. That said, we don't stay necessarily in a good start. They also have a proclivity, it seems, to sometimes hypnotizing humans into doing their will, transforming humans into encantados, inflicting illness, insanity, and death, and they are not at all above just straight up abducting people that they fall in love with to, just take them back to Encantado world, I guess. Yes, they do have hypno powers. Oh, I mean, if you know what you're about, Serb, you go for it. Maybe a little bit yandere. Maybe. This is, I mean, it's another one that, why do I keep clicking there? It's another one that I think is sort of a mixed bag, because they seem to have fairly good qualities, but fairly bad ones too. Again, I think this is one that will depend on individuals. If it is someone who is actively communicating what they want out of the relationship, what you want out of the relationship, what you both want to have outside of each other as well, then I think that's totally fine. You just need to have that level of communication. If you do have that level of communication, I'm putting it around a B tier. If you don't, I'm probably putting it at, well, no, actually, a C tier seems a little low. I guess it could be A tier or B tier, so I'll stick with B tier for now. Alright. Guess what time it is? It's time to go back to fucking Ireland. Now we are going to visit one of my favorites. That is going to be the Banshee. So the Banshee is another one that's like, oh, is this really a cryptid? To which I say, I don't fucking care. It's my list. I'm the classroom professor in here, so fucking deal with it if you got a problem. Jackseptic Island. I promise I will not give any of you eye sepsis. I don't know what that is, but it sounds bad, and I don't want to know. So, anyway, the Banshee is usually seen as an omen of death, not as like someone who actually kills, but as someone who warns about death coming. It's a fairy woman, but also kind of a little bit ghostly. Maybe it might be someone in a specific family who died who became a banshee, because banshees are actually tied to specific families. Like, if you can trace your lineage in Ireland back to one of the 5 major families, the O'Grady's, O'Neills, O'Briens, O'Connors, or the Kavanaghs, then your family does have at least one, if not more, banshees. So that's kind of cool, actually. I like that she can act. Fucking. Alright. Fuck. I have to do this thing. I hope you are happy with yourself. Banshee pops up in front of your window. Top of the morning to you, laddies! As the first and only time I will do a Jackseptic eye impersonation on this, my channel, because I don't do good ones. If it was a Markiplier, I could do that, but it's not. So, anyway, the Banshee, she is described as either being fairly short, like 4 foot top, or being extra tall. So both sides of the perfect size spectrum, described usually as having very long red hair, very pale skin, or, you know, there's also older banshees. Like, I like that the banshee is allowed to get old, to age, without having that be something that lessens her value. We love to see women getting valued for just being themselves. So in general, I think my avatar is glitched. Oh, yeah, that happens sometimes. Hold on. There we go. Alright, I'm back. So, usually she is seen washing the clothing of someone who's about to die, or she'll actively do the traditional Celtic art of keening, which is this mourning cry for someone who's about to die. And again, she doesn't cause the death. She's just there to make sure that you are aware that it is coming, and that it is something that you will have to deal with. And without getting too heavy, let me tell you, if there was someone in my life who was just able to have me mentally prep for really heavy losses, that would be a very valuable thing to have in someone who's gonna be close to you. Also, hey wizard! Welcome, welcome. Make yourself at home. Now, beyond that, I mean, other than being spooky and a little mournful of a goth lady, there really doesn't seem to be anything particularly negative about her. Like, if you are good with having either a tall or shorty goth GF, you could do an awful lot worse than a banshee. So I'm actually gonna put banshees in A tier, I think, because I need me a freak like that who is willing to very patiently, very lovingly help me along through emotional hardships. I need me a freak like that, you know? So, now jumping over to actually still in Ireland, we have another very pretty horse. That is going to be. Where are you? Where are you in my notes? There you are. We have the Kelpie. So, the Kelpie is a shapeshifter that usually seems to. Oh, no, no, no. No, these are how good of a romantic partner these cryptids would be. And, looking at it, I'm actually kind of surprised by how few S tiers I've had. I'm surprisingly a lot more discerning than I thought I would have been. But I'll take that. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Racy. Alright, so we're on to the Kelpie. Now, the shapeshifter seems to normally take the appearance. I need to go, but I want to try something before I leave. I'm a little worried about how you phrased that, sir, but yeah, sure, go for it. Oh. Alright. Oh. Serb. What can I say about you? There's 3 whole heads of you, and each of them is somehow even cuter than the last. You are such a good pupper. You're the biggest, bestest heck pupper there is out there. But more importantly, sir, that's right, you are a very, very good girl. There you go. Thanks for hanging out, sir. Have a good one. So, the Kelpie normally takes the appearance of a very pretty black horse. Again, similar to the puka. So, I guess just be very careful, because if a black horse shows up in Ireland, just don't fucking touch it. It's a bad idea. Best case scenario, you're gonna go on a joyride that'll give you, like, heart palpitations. Worst case scenario, well, what happens if you touch a Kelpie? They're apparently naturally super adhesive. Also, goodbye! Have a good time, sir. Whatever it is you're doing. Good night. But, Kelpies are apparently super adhesive. If you touch one, you are just stuck fast to it. Like, have you ever tried to touch have you ever had to touch one of those glue traps you can put out for mice? That kind of level of stickiness.
Did you touch one?
Not now, no.
Okay.
It was like years ago.
Okay.
But that, if you touch it, you cannot untouch it without, like, losing whatever it is you're touching. You actually have to cut it off sometimes. But what it does is it lures you into trying to ride it, then it just gallops off, dives into the nearest body of water it can get to, and it tries to drown you so it can then eat you. And that's pretty much it. I mean, the Kelpie isn't a one-trick pony. One-trick pony. But in addition to Black Horse, it also sometimes takes the appearance Did you touch one? No, Scarth, I didn't. I promise. Not recently, anyway. That was a long, long time ago. But sometimes, if they aren't the beautiful black horse version, they are instead a beautiful lady bathing naked on the side of the riverbed, trying to lure you in to touch. Or, interestingly enough, sometimes it actually takes the form of what I can only really describe as a like withered, angry looking elderly homeless man. Which again, that I mean I can kind of guess, okay, beautiful horses? I guess there's just like nothing else you really can do for fun than ride random horses in Ireland in this time period? Or maybe I could get, if you're turning into hot lady face, then some dude's probably gonna try and touch you. I don't get trying to make yourself look like a weazened old man continuously muttering to himself sitting on a bridge is supposed to try and get someone to try and touch you. That's just me, like, you know. Oh, I did find one story that seemed to kind of go against the whole trend of, yeah, they're all murderous assholes. What happened in this story is there was a lonely Kelpie who transformed into a handsome young man to woo a pretty young girl it was determined to take for its wife. But the girl recognized him as a Kelpie and removed his silver necklace, his bridle, while he slept, and he turned back into a horse. The girl took him home to her father's, where he was put to work as a farm horse for a year. At the end of that time, she rode the Kelpie, which seems like a bad idea at this point, to consult a wise man. I guess that could be a wise man, or it could just be, like, I don't know, local Jewish guy, you know. Yeah, that over there, that's Tom Wiseman. But either way, a wise man who tells her to return the silver necklace. The wise man then asks the Kelpie, once again transformed into the handsome young man the girl first met, whether, if given the choice, it would choose to be a Kelpie or a mortal. And the Kelpie, in turn, asks the girl whether, if he were a man, she would agree to be his wife. She confirmed that she would, and he chose to be a mortal man, and they got married. So that's a cute story. However, as you may have noticed in the story, the good Kelpie ended up turning into a not Kelpie, which means it's not a Kelpie anymore. Therefore, not a cryptid. Therefore, the one good example I could find of this species I can't use because he turned into a not example. So, Kelpies going into F tier. They're predators. Like, you don't want that kind of toxic, predatory behavior in a relationship. Sup, my name's Tom Wiseman. You want to party at my place tonight? Free Wiseman advice if you come, bro. Alright, well, next up we have one of the more recent ones, all things considered. That being Gremlins. I am contractually obligated to not talk about the Steven Spielberg vehicle, so that's the only time I'll mention that for copyright reasons. So Gremlins, they are mischievous folklore creatures that came into existence seemingly around the time of the Second World War, or even earlier, really. Sort of like around the end of World War One, not even really the war, but between the wars, and then especially during World War II, but you get the point. Their whole thing is they're sometimes invisible, sometimes just tiny little men, and they just like fucking up machinery. especially airplanes. Like, they'll cut wires, they'll pour out oil, they'll screw things. Hans, where are the Gottverdammt chocolate rations? But yeah. Now, interestingly enough, actually, to specifically address that point, so because gremlins were at first considered a specifically British Air Force nuisance, it was thought, wait, are these cryptids with Nazi sympathies? Except it turns out that over in Germany, yeah, that's the word, they were actually having the same kinds of inexplicable mechanical problems. So they're just equal opportunity assholes, taking no sides in the conflict, which, on the one hand, I'm glad they're not explicitly fascist sympathizers. On the other hand, though, I mean, if you're taking equal sides in a conflict like that, that's not a great look, gremlins. Come on. You, at best, just kind of look like war profiteers. Now, that said, they were still considered, chaotic evil. They were still considered to be kind of important to have, because, again, if you have the concept of gremlins, you have, first off, something that people can universally hate. Moral of the scripted, always be equal opportunity asshats. Unless you can be anti-Nazi, then always be anti-Nazi. Exactly. In this house, we hate and fight Nazis. But, yes, so, they were considered kind of an important way of having sort of a stress vent for all of the people working in these projects, because, like, if you don't have someone that you can blame, then it becomes, if you don't have some external thing that you can kind of harmlessly blame, like a gremlin, then you have to always take it out on the other person involved. So it's like, well, if you can't blame a gremlin, then it becomes, oh, this fucker on the assembly line, he's just constantly screwing me over. It's his fault, or it's their fault, or it's their fault. So, in that sense, I can kind of appreciate gremlins, because, I mean, sometimes when people around you are in conflict and not getting along, there needs to be someone who acts as, like, the person everyone can hate, you know? Usually those kind of people are, like, more, from what I've seen, like, bosses than little invisible elf bastards, but, I mean, that works too. If you can blame a gremlin instead of having to assume the incompetence or the malevolence of someone else that you have to work with day to day, that's going to be a lot better for morale. On the bright side, Charles, the Jerrys are suffering from the buggers also. On the downside, not even the bloody chaplain can get rid of them. Sounds like they're dateable as long as you avoid talking politics. I would like to believe that, Wizard, but here's the problem. I'm what you call mentally ill, and trans, and queer, and not straight. So, my whole existence has been made political. Hey, I hate it. But unfortunately, I am politics, which makes it very hard for me to consider dating them. One thing I will say, though, you might be noticing the, like, cutesy art that I have for this. That was actually done by the person who sort of created, in essence, their sort of mythos to the wider audience of the world outside of the Air Force, which was Roald Dahl. Just a fun fact. He also created the lore that wives of gremlins are called fifanellas, Their male children are called widgets, and their female children are called flibberty-gibbets, which is pretty fun. That said, I'm still not a fan of these on a political level, and I can't get behind equal opportunity assholery, so I'm gonna have to put them in C or D. I think I have to go with D for this one. Alright, and now we're jumping back over to Ireland for the Dullahan. Now I know what you're thinking. So no head? But don't worry, there is a head involved here. That's right, the Dullahan, despite having a name that means without a head, does in fact have a head, just not attached. It is a headless-looking rider, which is a fairy creature, on a magical black horse who roams around the countryside with a incredibly metal whip made out of human spine, and sometimes with a wagon covered in funerary objects. So, right off the bat, Dullahans, whether male or female, which there's female Dullahans, so either way, they have aesthetic, they stick to it. I appreciate that. Now, keep in mind that when you see them up close, they do look like a worm-chewed paw of a person, or like dried human skin, kind of like moldy cheese sort of complexion. Not a great look. Now that said, I mean, style has to count for a lot, I think, with a Dullahan, and there's a certain thing that I can kind of respect where someone is like kind of devoted enough to their job to just sort of keep working at it, keep working through it. It's a thankless job, and someone has to do it. The Dullahan knows that they're that someone, and they're accepting of that burden. Now that said, there's a problem here, though. The one thing that Dullahan hate and fear more than anything else is objects made of gold. You know what that means, chat? It means you ain't never gonna get a Dullahan who's willing to wear a wedding ring. That's right, Dullahans are afraid of commitment. They're not willing to be open. Silver, you can use silver. Silver with a fairy, come on.
Fair.
So I'm afraid Dullahans, as much as I love the aesthetic, I gotta put them in D. They aren't open to commitment. That's gonna be a problem with building long-lasting relationships. Alright, so I think the problem, there's workarounds, but yeah, if you're looking for long term, they're not going to give it to you. Yeah, plus they're married to their jobs already. Literally, whenever they stop riding, someone has died just then. So it's like, then it becomes one of those things where it's like, if you date this cryptid, every like 5 seconds, someone will die because of it. And do you want that kind of responsibility? Because I don't. Alright, next up we have... Oh, that is the Mara. So the Mara is kind of like a catch-all I'm using for several different varieties of sleep paralysis hags. So let me get my notes open for the Mara. Alright, so the Mara is sort of a cursed, spiritist demoness kind of deal. She seems to be kind of a normal person by day, potentially, but by night, it seems like either in some sort of trance herself or through a curse of some sort, or sometimes willfully, she turns into like this demoness figure who, for starts, apparently, she leaves people covered in sweat and exhausted in the morning, which, on the one hand, gross, but on the other hand, there's fun things that could have come from. I assume. I'm asexual, so I don't know. She also could entangle the hair of the sleeping man or beast that she was targeting, which that just seems petty. Like, you wake up and your hair is already tangled. Although, another translation calls them braids, which then becomes very cute. Like, you wake up and you suddenly have these really cute little braids that someone left, and that's just a nice thing to wake up to sometimes. Apparently, even trees can be ridden by the mare, so if you're comfortable and confident with someone who really gets around, it could be something. It's also kind of unclear how much willfully she's doing all of this, because again, sometimes it seems like it is something she is actively doing out of malice. Sometimes it is. I love having my hair in a braid, but hate doing it myself, so that sounds nice. Yeah. I mean, does she have thigh highs? That's a determining factor. I don't know. I haven't seen any artwork of her with thigh highs. But let's see. And it's a little complicated again because, like, some of the stories she is very actively malicious and willfully harming people, but in others she's a little more like this is something she can't control as well, and it's just as much a negative curse for her. So it's one of those ones that, again, I think you kind of have to potentially take to either or positions. Okay. One of the things that I do really love, though, is one of the protective practices that you can do to protect yourself from the nightmares. That's where the name came from. Where you can protect yourself from terrible dreams is by inviting the mare to breakfast. So that's nice. You just invite her over for a morning date instead. Beyond that, though, let's see. Yeah, like, sometimes it says that someone can become a mare just by being a seventh daughter, having one's name mispronounced during a baptism, having multicolored eyes or a unibrow. If a woman was promised to marry a man, but then he married someone else, they could also become a mare.
Are you one?
What? I'm on my notes.
No, I mean, are you one? You have two different color eyes.
I don't.
Two different colors in each eye.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you do. Are you going to braid my hair in my sleep?
No, you don't have long enough hair.
Okay.
Also, I don't know how to braid well. So, I mean, all of that said, yeah, different colored eyes are very anime and very pop. I'm actually gonna put Mara in C tier because, I mean, Sometimes she is very malevolent, but other times she's just an equally unfortunate victim of the curse as well. And I mean, when you get past that kind of stuff, really, she's just another person. You can build something from there.
Could they hear me accusing you of braiding my hair twice?
Yes,
Perfect.
potentially.
Good.
Alright, so next we're on to someone who is a very interesting figure in cryptids and folklore, and surprisingly, this is one that we actually have first-hand accounts from the cryptid himself. We are talking about Jeff, the talking mongoose. So Jeff lived with a little family, the Irvings, on the Isle of Man, and he started haunting the house as some sort of poltergeist-like creature who was somehow also a mongoose? Jeff the mongoose. To use Jeff's own account, according to Jeff, it was a mongoose born in New Delhi, India in 1852. He says that he was an extra clever mongoose, an earthbound spirit, a ghost in the form of a mongoose. I am a freak. I have hands and I have feet. If you saw me, you'd faint. You'd be petrified, mummified, turned to stone, or a pillar of salt. He says that he sometimes guarded their house and informed them about the approach of guests or unfamiliar dogs. If someone had forgotten to put out a fire at night, he would go down and stop the stove. He would wake people up if they overslept, and whenever mice got into the house, he kind of acted like a cat. And in return, they gave Jeff biscuits, chocolate, bananas, food left in a saucer suspended from the ceiling. And he apparently also accompanied them on trips into the market as well, so that's nice. Like, in general, he seems to be just sort of a supernaturally powerful mongoose with just a very domestic side to him. Yeah. I had to give a few more quotes of Jeff, though, because I really do love some of these. Okay, so Jeff's quotes on what he was thought to have said. I am not a spirit. I am a little extra clever mongoose. I am a ghost in the form of a mongoose, and I shall haunt you with weird noises and clanking chains. I was born near Delhi, India, on June 7th, 1852. I have been shot at by Indians. I am a marsh mongoose. I am a freak. I read that one. This is my favorite. I'll split the atom. I am the fifth dimension. I am the eighth wonder of the world. I am not evil. I could be if I wanted. You don't know what damage or harm I could do if I were roused. If you knew what I know, you'd know a hell of a lot. If you are kind to me, I will bring you good luck. If you are not kind, I shall kill all your poultry. I can get them wherever you put them. I have been to nicer homes than this. Carpets, piano, satin covers on polished tables. I am going back there. Ha ha ha. Well, Jim, what about some grub? I like Captain Dennis, but not Harry Price. He's the man who put the kibosh on the spirits. Nuts. Put a sock in it. I have 3 attractions. I follow Voiry, Ma'am gives me food, and Jim answers my questions. I have 3 spirits, and their names are Faux, Faith, and Truth. Put the bloody gramophone on!
I love Jeff.
Yeah, he is a very good conversationalist. He helps around the house. He's a very pleasant domestic sort of character. He does have a very big personality, and that might be a little hard to handle, but honestly, I think you could do a lot worse than Jeff. So I'm actually going to put him up in B tier.
Only B?
You think higher?
I think A.
What do you think, chat? B tier or A tier for Jeff?
And now we wait.
Hey, and I am 29 out of 31. Jeff's only downside was threatening to become an atom bomb on you. B plus tier? Yeah, I could see that. Also, I've been thinking about A tiers, and I think I should move some of them up to S.
Only if you move Jeff up to A. Also, hi, chat.
As the voice of epitome, of course. Jeff to A, then Jeff can sneak up to S tier later. You know, I'm going to entertain that possibility, because Jeff is extremely entertaining. Also, keep in mind that Jeff said that he would split the atom back in the 1930s, and like at latest late 1930s. That means Jeff came up with the idea of splitting the atom possibly before it was thought of by actual scientists. Oh, also, to be clear, Jeff is actually spelled G-E-F. I know that might sound silly, but there are people who think Jeff is spelled G-E-O-F-F, and that's no weirder, I think.
Well, some people are wrong.
Alright. Oh, alright, chat, I'm going to assume the Phoenix is able to... I don't know, I feel like the Phoenix or the Tanuki might merit higher on this list now, but I'm just not sure. I'll leave it up to you, chat, to think about it, coming up with some potential talking points, but for now, we'll try and keep working. Jeff Cole, Jeff Cole, Jeff Cole, Jeff Cole. I can't let myself think too much about it right now. Alright, next up we are going back to the Lumber Woods with the Hide Behind. So, if you've ever seen the Hide Behind, you're a fucking liar, because no one sees the Hide Behind. No one, not even the illustrator of the picture I'm using, has actually seen the Hide Behind, because no one is capable of seeing it. It is a cryptid blamed for the disappearances of many loggers, because it is, well, a predator. It eats loggers. It's just pretty simple, but it's as its name might imply, the Hide Behind has some special powers. It has the ability to conceal itself behind literally anything, using this ability to stalk up close and then tear into lumberjacks and eat their intestines. They really have a serious aversion to alcohol, which apparently is good enough to make it repellent, but that's about it for Hide Behinds. So we have someone who, again, it wants something very specific out of you that is very harmful to you. And also, it will never confront you about anything that it has issues with. It is always going to try and be super secretive about that. And you know, I'm not about that. Hide Behind, you have to sometimes have a backbone and actually talk to people when you have issues. You go in D.
Only D?
I mean, it's easy. Literally all you have to do, it hates and is afraid of alcohol. Literally all you have to do to not be eaten is just have some booze.
With nightly red wine.
Yeah, that would work. Alright, next we are going back to Scandinavia with the Holdra. So, the...
Your, oh no, never mind.
Ah,
Your PNG looked like it was having a stroke.
that's unfortunate. So next let's go and meet the Holdra. So, the Holdra is a type of forest spirit in Swedish folklore. It is also in Sami culture, a little bit possibly in Germanic and other Scandinavian countries. She's a bit of a traveler. Well, I say she. There's actually multiple genders in the species. Although, again, the more masculine ones described often, or at least sometimes, as kind of weird, goofy looking, maybe a little ugly. The lady face is all pretty hot though. So, what do we have about the Hulter? Well, we know that they mostly look like humans. Specifically, I'm going to be focusing on the lady faces since I got more information on them. They look like human women for the most part, except one, they've got either a cow tail or a fox tail, and much more significantly, they have where their back should be, like it looks like a hollow in a tree, like kind of a slightly rotted hole, like you were looking into a tree trunk, but it's their back. Which, first off, let me say, that would make, if you're committed to it, a really pretty kick-ass back tattoo. It's also, I imagine, kind of alarming. Well, potentially. But I mean, on the other hand, a hole is a hole. We're getting into after dark hours, so I get to make jokes like that now. So, holders, I mean, there's not really any kinds of, like, violence associated with them in terms of stuff that they'd do to you. They basically just kind of reveal themselves to people that they just trust, so that's fair. Know your boundaries, respect them. They are sometimes known to be particularly kind to people who work with wood, like charcoal burners, and are totally willing to just like come out and watch their kilns while they rested, like waking them up if there's any problems so you can sleep, in exchange just for like a little extra provisions in her some special place for her. Like, again, the story is basically, if you treat person with kind consideration and respect, they treat you with those exact things in return. It's good relationships. Beyond that, though, I mean, they're just buff farmhand ladies. And who doesn't want a buff mountaineer forest wife? Like, I know this is a very aesthetic and shallow thing, but buff lumberjanes. Buff lumberjanes. You know? Like, she knows what she's about. If you come to her with kind, considerate, respectful action, she's gonna do the exact same for you. She knows her boundaries and will enforce them. I mean, yeah, she's that's some strong forest wife potential right there. And after consideration, I think I have to put Phoenix. I think I have to put Phoenix and potentially Tanuki up in S tier too. Because as tragic as Phoenix is for all of the reasons I described, there is still kind of romance in that tragedy too. Alright, so oh, we're over halfway there. Oh, I'm barely living on a prayer.
You have a half
Chat.
hour.
Chat, will you take my hand? We probably won't make it, but I swear I'll try, at least. And I did say this stream would go until it has to. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Racy. Don't worry, chat. I have as many hands as I need. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Scarf.
Where are all these hands coming from?
I feel your power rushing through me. Alright, next up, we are jumping over to the Philippines with the Manananggal. Manananggal, I think. So the Manananggal is a hideous, scary, usually female, vampiric creature, capable at night of severing its upper torso from the lower, sprouting huge, bat-like wings to fly into the night in search of its victims. It is said they mostly prey on sleeping, pregnant women, using an elongated proboscis-like tongue to suck the hearts of fetuses or the blood of someone who is sleeping. And apparently, during all this, the severed lower torso's just fucking standing wherever she left it. So that must be kind of weird to walk in on. But okay, I guess. Yeah, this is another one that just really is really just all take, no give. Like, I'm looking through the lore, and there's not really any positive aspect of her. I mean, I guess at most I could say maybe if you didn't have access to good birth control beforehand, you might be able to get one to help you out with, like, an abortion, but that's kind of a stretch. Yeah, like, she wants stuff out of you, be it blood, fetus hearts, or just more time, energy, and effort than you can give. So for that, I gotta put her down there. Which means next, we are jumping up to Mantis Man. That's right, we're all the way in Hackettstown, New Jersey, with the Mantis Man cryptid. A strange sight back in... when was this again? They don't actually even say when it was. Okay, you know, I'll work with it. So, a fisherman found near the river, the Mekong River, near Hackettstown, New Jersey. It wasn't a person, but it was transparent, almost, with a weird shape, moving slowly towards the bank and into the trees. It was tall, 8 foot or so, and had long, thin arms hanging off of it. The color was a pale brown, but you could see through it. The head was small compared to the body. It was sunny that day, so I thought it might be a glare off the water. But it was no glare nor mirage. It was apparently a giant mantis. Apparently people claim that it was an experiment gone wrong and someone couldn't control it, so they just set it free near a river, or it was a mutant. Some people think there might be more of them. Apparently they think it's a mantis mainly because it does stuff like a mantis does. Camouflage, it has wings, has like a mantoid mouth. But it's also a fucking 8 foot tall thing that goes in water, which is stuff mantises don't really like. Um, mm, I mean, again, we have someone who's largely avoidant. It doesn't seem interested in engaging you. It's very standoffish. Also, I have to imagine, since just going from extrapolation, this is a mantis man, knowing what I know about mantis men, they're going to have a lot of issues with being able to commit to relationships. They're going to be extremely flighty. That's not a kind of relationship I think is going to be very healthy or sustainable. It's going into D tier. Alright, next we are jumping back up to the Northern Isles of Scotland. That avoidant behavior could just be caused by being brought up in a laboratory. Well, maybe, but I have to... and a bottom. I mean, look. Even so, I know that male mantises apparently also have to kind of fight their way out of mating rituals because of the whole eating thing. So, I mean, well, let me put it this way. Would you want someone who just after cuddling or being intimate immediately just fucking decked you in the jaw and bolted for the door? Because I wouldn't. I mean, someone's got to be into that, but it's not me. So, next we are going up to the Northern Isles of Scotland to talk about selkies. So, selkies are another kind of mer person, but rather than fish, they are more seal. In fact, they're literally seal. They are seal until they come out of the water, unzip their seal skin, and surprise, they are a person underneath. It's a very specific kind of merfolk, and also type of merfolk that has unfortunately a very troubled relationship with humans already. Like, most of these are kind of, in general, I mean, in general, selkies seem to be like pretty happy to become a partner, to become a part of a family, if, and this is so huge, if you respect their boundaries. Because almost every time you see stories of selkies, what will happen is a human lover will fall for them, and they will, rather than trust their partner to be honest with what they're feeling and what they need, and if they need space or time away, and letting them do that, they very possessively steal and hide away their skin so they have no choice but to stay with them. Like, the selkie can't help it, but they constantly seemingly attract the worst kind of people, you know? It's sad though, because like they don't really have that many stories where they just get to be, oh, glitched again, there we go. Sorry, sometimes I glitch out of existence. Don't worry, it's normal. Anyway, the selkies, they don't really seem to have much agency in a lot of their stories, which I think is really tragic, because they just seem to be very... They're the kind of creature who needs to be able to come and go as they please. They're a free spirit, and it's just so sad seeing how much they're forcibly tied down. I think I'm actually going to put selkies, and I know this is now putting two mer people in S tier, but I'm gonna put them up here because selkies do nothing wrong in their stories. humans are assholes. If I don't see Nessie at hextuple S tier, then I'm going to unfriend you. Oh shit. Alright, well, I've got now 26 left to go. This is probably going to go past midnight. Sorry about that, but I did warn you. And thank you so much for hanging out. I am honestly amazed that I've had this active of an audience for this long. Thank you. Alright, so next up, let's go back to jolly old England town with another one of those is there really a cryptid kind of deals. We are going to be talking about Spring-Heeled Jack. So slippity slap, it's Spring-Heeled Jack, the mid-1800s creep. I mean, he was kind of a creep. He was maybe a person who had a really frightful appearance, clawed hands, eyes that looked like balls of fire. He had a admittedly very stylish metallic and oilskin black cloak, had a helmet, also very kind of a mix of like gentleman and devil aesthetic, which was pretty cool, admittedly. Could also breathe out blue and white flames, had metal claws, could speak comprehensible England, and most importantly, had mad fucking hops. So, the stories about Spring-Heeled Jack is that he seemed to stalk and prey on lone pedestrians, just sort of jumping in, haha, scaring, spitting, clawing, whatever, then jumping back away again. Damn, I'm jealous of that lad. Admittedly, I've got problems with his personage that I'll talk about later, but style's not one of them. But he appears in spotted encounters throughout the 19th century, and sadly, a lot of them follow a pattern of just accosting random women. Like, a figure leapt out at Mary Stevens as she was walking to Lavender Hill. It immobilized her with a tight grip of his arms, and he began to kiss her face while ripping her clothes and touching her flesh with claws cold and clammy as those of a corpse. And then another one. Jane Alsop answered the door one night in February of 1838. She answered the door of her father's house to a man claiming to be a police officer who told her to bring a light, claiming, "We have caught Spring-Heeled Jack here in the lane." She brought them a candle and noticed he wore a large cloak, but the moment she handed it to him, he threw off the cloak and presented a most hideous and frightful appearance, vomiting blue and white flame, while his eyes looked like balls of fire. And then he just started tearing at her gown with his claws, and then when she started screaming and got away from him, he again just kind of assaulted her, which, like, Spring-Heeled Jack, he's a misogynist and a predator. You don't want that. The one thing I will say about spring-heeled creatures or figures in general is there is also someone called Prague, the Spring Man of Prague, who was around like the early 40s in Czechoslovakia, who was just kind of this weird urban folklore who ended up becoming a hero and, like, in a lot of pop culture stories, fought the SS stationed in Prague. So, I mean, I hate Spring-Heeled Jack, but Springman Prague, he could stay, maybe. But, yeah, Spring-Heeled Jack is going down F tier. Yep. Oh wow. That's right, I forgot that this... okay, well, time to go on to the next Studio Ghibli jazz. Alright, so... Oh, we just got 25 more to go, gang. Thank you all for sticking with me. I promise I'll be going a little faster now, because I don't have a choice. Alright, so next we are going back over to the Philippines with the tikbalang. This is something kind of a little like a horseman, like a horsetaur kind of, not like a centaur, like a minotaur, but with horse. It seems to have some design inspiration from like and I thought Springfield Jack was Mothman. Oh, sorry to burst your puff, Pink. So the tikbalang apparently has origins in a mix of Philippine animism and certain figures in Hinduism, so that's pretty cool. In terms of the specific giant horsemen, they are said to scare travelers, leading them astray and playing tricks on them, like making them go in arbitrary loops no matter how far they go. Apparently the way to counteract this is by wearing your shirt inside out. I don't know why, that's fun. It is also another one of those shape-shifting kind of deals. Can turn into a human form, turn invisible to humans. They like dark, sparsely populated, foliage-heavy places. They don't seem to have, like, particularly malevolent things beyond just being kind of a trickster. Also, there is actually a saying in Filipino that a tikbalang is getting married for when there's rain on a sunny day, so we know that they have the institution of marriage, so they would be capable of doing that if, as a couple, you so chose. As a gender-fluid person, anything with shape-shifting gets a point from me. Yeah. And I mean, they even kind of have the reputation of being, like, almost benevolent figures in, like, sort of a natural, nature protective kind of way, so that's pretty cool. But, yeah. I mean, there is, to be clear, a way that you can be actively killed by a tikbalang. But the only way to potentially be eaten by one is by trying to actively tame them and basically make them submit to a magical charm that they have to serve you with. And I mean, at that point, you're just being the asshole. Overall, I think tikbalang has some potential. I'm actually gonna put it up in B. Alright, now let's jump on over back to Japan to the Tsuchinoko. This delightful little snake is just a snake with a really fat, flat little belly. That's it. Apparently, Tsuchinokos sound kind of like a little mouse squeak. And sometimes, like just... Oh yes, Tsuchinoko is one of the cards from that Yu-Gi-Oh set. But apparently can also talk in human voices. It is also capable of biting its tail to roll around like a hoop and to double jump. According to legend, some Tsuchinoko, I guess apparently not all, are able to speak and are notorious liars. And they are also said to have, just in general, very fond taste for alcohol. So I mean, the fact that they're kind of known to be notorious liars, that's not a great thing to have in a partner. They sound like someone who would be very fun to just like hang out with, party with, if you want something casual that doesn't require a lot of commitment, sure, you could do worse than a partner to just hang out with as a Tsuchinoku. But up in C. Yeah, only C. They're notorious liars.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I missed that part.
Alright, now we are on to Wampus Cat.
Have we hit Mothman? I don't see Mothman. Oh, I see him
Yep.
now. There we go.
Yep, Mothman's on the list. I wanted to put him fairly late-ish because
You wanted to retain viewers?
exactly. I'm not ashamed to admit that Mothman. He's a money maker. I don't make money, but if I did, he'd be a money maker. So next up is Wampus Cats. A Wampus Cat is a cat-like creature that can, depending on where you're seeing it, look anywhere from very scary to kind of comedic. It is a big green-eyed cat that might have magic sorcery powers? Maybe? It might be related to the amphibious water panther that sometimes lives in rivers in certain indigenous peoples' mythologies. One potential origin story suggests that it is the embodiment of a woman who was curious and tried to spy on a group of tribal elders doing magic tribal elder business, I guess. And her punishment, because she was hiding under the pelt of a wild cat for camouflage, was to, I guess, be turned into a cat. A woman who is now a cat, not a cat woman. I mean, that seems kind of harsh. I don't really have too much else to go on for her, but I mean, I guess we know that she doesn't really respect boundaries. We don't know how clear those boundaries were set beforehand. Maybe you can work through that, but for now, I'll put her around C, I think. Alright, now it's time for one of my partner's favorites. We are going over to Fresno, California with the Fresno Nightcrawler. So the Fresno Nightcrawler is a cryptid that has made 2 appearances so far. Interestingly enough, only one of them in Fresno, California, the other in Yosemite National Park. So it gets around, but it's mainly a California kid. Although, apparently, there has been a sighting of one in Poland? So they're very worldly, I guess. So Fresno Nightcrawlers, it's hard to describe. They basically look like a incredibly long-legged pair of white pants. And that's it. They look like a very long pair of white pants.
They look like your grandfather is wearing pants.
Yeah, it's just tall Greg, has no arms, no apparent head, whole lot of leg. Also, what's really, really, really cute is if you do watch the original footage, it does look like there's actually several others, like several smaller night crawlers walking behind it. And that's really cute because it's just little babies. It's got little it's take your babies to have nighttime cryptid walks. So that's really all we know about the Fresno Nightcrawler. We know that they are very reclusive. They apparently mainly like to live in their home of California, but sometimes really travel. We know that they're a very close-knit, family sort of group. They are a family cryptid. They're the ones wearing the pants in the relationship. I mean, if you are the pants, I guess. Thigh-high Nightcrawler? Maybe. That could be like some kind of adolescent phase?
Their waistband grows higher as they age.
But, I mean, we really don't know anything else about them. I mean...
They're a family man.
Yeah, they are good with kids.
They don't overstay their welcome.
But do they stay long enough?
Look, I'm not saying you have to put them in F. But I think you should give them a try.
Alright. The C tier?
No.
You think B?
B or A? They're sweet little babies.
Alright. I'll give this modern pants family a try. Alright, now for some reason we got doubled up on this next one, so I'll just use one of them and ignore the other. Next, we're going to talk about some goatmen. So, goatmans... Hold on, that reminds me of that one film on Disney Plus where, like, the trolls or orcs or whatever accidentally turned their dad into just a pair of pants. Oh no! That doesn't sound good. They shouldn't have done that.
How is he going to wear the pants if he is the pants?
He's not. Alright, so the Goatman. The Goatman is sort of associated with Louisiana, Maryland, and Texas, a 7-foot-tall hybrid creature, part man and part goat. It often tells legend of it killing couples in parked cars, so I guess like the hook hand man car door hook hand car hook man door hand. But also sometimes breaks into people's house and sexually assaults them. Okay. It doesn't care if you're a man or woman, it will overtake and assault you. Wow.
F.
Yeah, that was fast, but fuck you, Goatman. Alright, well, we're going to jump slightly more northern, I think, than Texas at least, and Louisiana at least, over to, I believe this is, where did I put them in my notes? There they are. Do not fuck the goat man. And you know what? Don't let the goat man fuck you. We need to have goat men self-defense classes taught in our sex ed. So next we are going over to talk about the Hopkinsville Goblins. So the Hopkinsville Goblins only ever had one sighting, but they were a memorable little bunch. They to two families living in, I believe Hopkinsville was in Kentucky. Mod Epitome, could you check that for me?
Double checking.
Thank you. So, the goblins, over the course of, I believe it was only even just one night, but there was unexplained lights and noises in the sky, and the seven people... Kentucky, yes, thank you. Thank you, Penny.
Welcome.
The 7 people present in the farmhouse claimed they were terrorized by an unknown number of creatures similar to goblins, which have since been referred to as such. They describe them as around 3 foot tall with upright pointed ears, thin limbs, almost to look non-functional or devolved, long arms with claw-like hands or talons. They were either silvery in color or just wearing something metallic. And they seemed to defy gravity, floating and appearing in high-up places, walking with a swaying motion as if wading through water. Now, I mean, it says that they were terrorized. However, it also says that they never even tried to enter the house. They just kind of popped up at windows in the doorway, just kind of, like, curiously looking. So, I mean, it doesn't really sound so much as like they were terrorizing. And, I mean, to be fair, they did even try to actively shoot the goblins, which, fortunately, for the goblins, it did not work, but that's still incredibly rude. I mean, they didn't even really try to communicate with them, so, I mean, we don't really have much to go on for what they actually wanted. They just kind of looked like they hung out. I think this would be one of those cases of, if we had more evidence to go on, I could give more information, but we just don't. So... C or D?
C.
You think so?
I think so. They seem harmless enough, we just don't know enough.
Alright, well, next we are jumping over to... We are jumping over to Zealand, Old Zealand, that is, in Danish country. That's right, we're talking about the sea monk. The sea monk was a fish. Or was it a man? No, it was definitely a fish. It just happened to resemble a monk wearing its habit. So, apparently, this was a fish, or a monk. I think it was a fish and a monk in the sense that rock lobster was a rock, but it was also a lobster. So, it was some sort of mer person that looked, again, like a Christian monk. It seems to have kind of actually been Christian, because at one point when several priests are called in by a king of by I think the king of Norway, it made the sign of the cross to them. So I guess mer people can be Christian now?
Mer Jesus.
Oh,
Mermaid's not over yet.
A recent goblin model here, she only in C tier. Well, this particular alien goblin is only in C tier. But what's interesting is there's actually a literary correspondence which is purportedly between land and sea, and I guess that means someone talked with a monkfish, the sea monk. And according to the correspondence, it says that seas have, as well as skies, sun, moon, and stars, as well as air, swallows and rooks and stars, as well as earth, vines, roses, nettles, millions, pinks, gilliflowers, mushrooms, and many millions of other plants, lance, more rare and strange than these, as very fishes living in the seas, and also rams, calves, horses, hares, and hogs, wolves, lions, urchins, elephants, and dogs, yea, men and maids, and, which I more admire, the mitred bishop and the cowled friar, whereof examples but a few years since were shown in the Norways and the Polonian prince. So yeah, they've got Christianity there. Now here's the problem though. Sea monk, that's not a sea friar, that's not a sea pastor, that's someone who can't be in a committed relationship because they've already sworn a vow of celibacy to see God, so...
Meanwhile, I was going to ask if they can only do missionary.
So, while they don't seem to be bad people, they are ineligible to be partners, thus gotta put them in D. Alright. Oh, we are so close, chat. We are so close. We only got 17 left. And believe it or not, that's so close. Oh, I made mistakes, but hopefully I will be rewarded for my mistakes. Okay, let's see. Next up, we are jumping back over to Yokai Land, starting off with the Kappa.
Does this Kappa sing for you?
No.
Damn.
Oh, there's my notes. Thank you, Abby. I really appreciate the enthusiasm. Alright, so the Kappa. This is one of those famous yokai, I'm sure y'all know. It looks like aquatic mer monkeys with turtle shells, got claws, they got the fun little indents in their head they fill with magic strength water that they don't want to lose because then they get super weak. They're the fun little they're fun little river turtle monkey mermen. So the downsides, they are often accused of assaulting humans, drowning them, and removing the mystical Shirikodama, the magical orb containing parts of the human spirits and soul, which is found in their anus. So, if you're into anal or fisting,
I'm allowing it. Damn it. You allowed it before I could.
You gotta be quick on the jaw. So, I guess if you're into fisting, they are too. That's a start. So, beyond that, let's look at more general behavior. They're usually troublemakers and tricksters. But their actions range anywhere from looking up women's kimonos to drowning people and animals, kidnapping children, sexually assaulting people, and eating human flesh. That said, they are also oftentimes very amicable. Like, they're very easy to befriend for other yokai and even people. They're found in family groups as well, so they do raise their young. So, apparently this chat has taught me that y'all really value the family angle too.
Also consider that just sounds like they're just a species of person.
Yeah. I mean, we know that they also really, we know what they like. We know they like fisting and anal. We know they like cucumber, sumo wrestling, eggplant, soba, natto, kabocha. We know that, although, yeah, they can drown and do awful things, they can also do stuff like, once you befriend them, they can help irrigate the land or bring fresh fish. They're also super knowledgeable about medicine, and apparently the art of setting bones, like putting bones back where they should be and making sure they're in one piece, that was actually originally taught to humans by Kappa. So that's interesting. So yeah, this one seems very dangerous. However, considering that most of the danger can be unarmed by just being polite enough to bow when you greet them, it does take the edge off of it a little bit, assuming that they don't spring any big surprises on you. I can't put them very high because they are mainly known as mischievous to outright malevolent. But there is still some tiny potential there.
like again, they just sound like people.
I'm putting them in C tier.
That's
Alright, well, sticking over in Japan, we're jumping to one of the biggest favorites of furries out there. That's right, we're talking kitsune. So, kitsune, you know them, love them. They're foxes. They are magical, powered foxes that as they get older and older, they get more tails and more wisdom and more power and all that. They're either associated with Inari, which means the deity of fertility, fortune, foraging, all kinds of great and useful stuff, or they're free agents and just kind of do their own thing, which can be both good and very bad. In general, they're just a very broad type of character again. Again, they're more just a race rather than specific generalities we can apply.
Oh, happy Sunday.
Been watching this for over a day. Oh, wow. Well, thank you. Thank you for sticking with me. I mean, kitsune are thought to be fairly attractive too. Like I said earlier with the tanuki way back at the very beginning, kitsune can also possess people, and when they do, they get a similar sort of facial structure, so very sort of thin features, high cheekbones, that sort of appearance. But I mean, foxes are pretty. They can be very wise and smart as they get older, so I mean, if you're interested in metaphorical cougars or milves or dilves or whatever the masculine equivalent of a cougar is, then you could be in luck here. Some real silver foxes, so to speak. I mean, again, it's more, they vary, but in general, when they do develop relationships with people beyond just being outright negative, they're actually pretty positive. Like, for instance, there is a common story where a young man unknowingly marries a fox who proves to be a devoted wife. Eventually, they discovered the fox's true nature, and the fox wife is forced to leave them, but the husband often has a moment where they call out things like, even though you are a fox, you are also my wife, and you are always welcome here, that sort of thing. There's a lot of important people in history that are cited as being these like a sire of kitsune and human unions. And also this is something I found through rewatching Overly Sarcastic Productions video on kitsune. It's a story called The Tale of Tamamizu, about a fox, and he falls in love with a noblewoman and takes the form of a girl who eventually becomes like her handmaiden just so they can be close, and eventually helps her hit a happy marriage because they value her happiness over their own. And it's a very, very sad love story. But it's also just a very lovely story. So, the kitsune, I mean, once they become partners, they're an S tier. Alright, so next we are diving beneath the Scandinavian seas with the Kraken. So, the Kraken, although most often thought of as more of a cephalopod today, It actually had a lot of more crab-like features in its original form. Just big old water beastie. Eats a whole lot of fish. Also, belches and poops a whole lot of fish remains, which attract other fish, which, I mean, actually makes them surprisingly not that bad to be someone that you are like following around. Sometimes sailors want the Kraken around, you know? Yep. It was originally more described like a crab. I mean, does the Kraken have problems? Absolutely. I mean, its primary interaction is behavior that is actively destructive to all manner of the human interactions it has. There's very few direct interactions it has that are positive for its partner. I will say it's a very good coupler, I bet. But I don't know if that's enough to merit it. Like, you can get the advantage of having a distant, disconnected, more professional relationship with the Kraken, sure. But I don't think it would be a great partner, to be honest. So, professional relationship, sure. Personal relationship, not really. Alright. I hope you're still here, Aruko, because it's time for the Loch Ness Monster. Ah, Nessie, Nessie, Nessie. What is there to say about you that hasn't already been said? Well, I mean, everything's been said, so I mean, if it's the tentacle one, I wouldn't mind. Oh, I see how you are, Puff. I appreciate having the occasional pervert in chat. Occasional pervert. Jinx. You owe me water. Please.
That's my water bottle.
Alright, so I think we're all kind of familiar with the descriptors of the Loch Ness Monster. Large, long-necked, usually with a couple of humps. Usually we've ended up kind of we've kind of latched on to the idea of a plesiosaur as the modern interpretation of the Loch Ness Monster, but originally some of the oldest sightings, going all the way back actually to the 6th century AD, they actually speak more of a legged sort of dinosaur that is equally comfortable in and offshore, or on the shore and in the water. So that's pretty interesting. Now, admittedly, that first encounter that I briefly mentioned there, that did involve someone getting mauled and dragged underwater by Nessie. She was also driven away by the sign of the cross, so I mean, granted, organized religion, it is a little distasteful. I can see why she would turn back. But still, the initial attack, not a great look for her. Unfortunately, there really isn't that much references of attacks or particularly violent encounters after that, so I guess like she just kinda mellowed out after that initial encounter. Maybe that was when Nessie found religion. I don't know. But yeah, she's usually, when she is encountered, just sort of hanging out. Pretty casual. Pretty chill. Oh, I'm a bit glitched again.
I hope that's not me.
No, I don't think. There I go. Yeah. Alright, so But yeah. Apparently, her behavior is sometimes described as almost like um, almost like a sort of a curious sort of creature, an otter perhaps, or a swan.
I want to get kissed by Nessie.
I wouldn't mind being kissed by Nessie too. I mean, she seems to mainly just kind of keep to herself. If she's into you, then she'll come to you. That said, an interesting thing is one of these things that actually might be a more likely, like if you want to do the boring real life possible things, there's actually an incredibly high population of eels, and I mean, seeing the shapes of an eel, if there was a big enough eel just sort of poking out of the water, I could see how that would be mistaken for a plesiosaur. Anyway, I mean, beyond that, is actually, other than her appearances, is really not that much to go on. I would say if I was doing this list on my own, I'd probably put her around like a B tier. However, since Ruko is explicitly holding her friendship hostage, I have to put Nessie at the highest tier possible. Love you. Alright, now this next one is actually just a duplicate of another picture of a goat man, so I can ignore that, which means it is finally time for Mothman. Can I get some hype in the chat for Mothman? I know I've been going for over 4 hours at this point, but this is a big one. This is the one that a lot of you might have probably been sticking around for it. It's the big MM. It's the big Mothman. Alright, so Mothman. How do I begin to talk about you? Well, I would probably start by talking about Point Pleasant, which in the 1960s was terrorized by a strange flying humanoid. It looked to have huge reflective eyes and a wide wingspan, no arms, no discernible head even, just wings, legs, eyes, swooping through the air, going around places like the old ordnance work store, storage for TNT, old abandoned munitions plants. Oh, sorry. Mothman! Lift that man off the ground, I said Mothman! And, after that, and a few sightings... Why are you feeling so down? Let's see. After those first few sightings terrorizing people, that with basically just being a huge moth, it just kept on following people around. It just sort of curiously chased after people down like highways at speeds exceeding 100 miles an hour. This moth is pretty jacked. Continuing on, 30k away from the best reward. It's just a prank, bro. Moth? Alright, so... But the sightings continued, and there was some potential sightings where people started to experience what they thought were like visions psychically granted by Mothman, and there's like potentially someone was warned about the big bridge collapse that happened there from Mothman. And now there's like sightings almost every time it's someplace that is heralding an impending terrible disaster. Like a mine in Freiburg, Germany, where it scared miners away shortly before collapse. A trip to the nuclear plant at Chernobyl, where a creature haunted the facilities for a while before the famous nuclear meltdown, apparently.
I wasn't aware of that.
There were also supposedly 2 Mothman pictures taken in New York on 9/11 in multiple sightings before a Minnesota bridge collapse. Some believe that Mothman tries to warn people about dangers, disasters about to happen. Maybe? He's either warning or he's just kind of there. Cause you're near a munitions plant, it's fun to stay in the... Ah! That was me as the Mothman taking you away. I didn't want to actually scream because that wouldn't be good mic work.
Or our neighbor.
Yeah. So, Mothman. I mean, it would be a crime for me not to talk about him, right? He is like, when you talk about gay cryptid icons, Mothman is the big one. Everyone's gay for Mothman. And you know what? If you've seen the statue, even if it's totally inaccurate, it does have very defined pecs, 6-pack, and an incredibly sculpted ass.
It does have an incredibly sculpted ass.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not putting Mothman at the top of the list. I'm not even sure if I'd put him at an A tier. Because, don't get me wrong, is Mothman fuckable? Abso-fucking-lutely. But he's only ever sighted in these places before things go bad. Sure, he tries to warn you, maybe. He doesn't ever do it directly. If there's problems, he only ever kind of approaches them from a side angle where it's kind of just convenient for him, you know? And, well, he's never there after. Like, he's the partner who comes in when it's convenient for him to be able to, before disasters happen, but he never comes after to help you with the aftermath. You never get visits from Mothman where he's doing aftercare or helping you grieve or deal with any kind of fallout from any of these. He's kind of a fair weather friend. I hate to say it, but Mothman's kind of an emotionally insensitive himbo. His heart's in the right place with trying to warn people, but he needs to be more direct in his communication. And also, he needs to be able to see the follow-through, to be with someone after the disaster happens, rather than just staying before and then leaving when things get bad. If there were any sightings of Mothman to suggest that he stuck around with people after the disasters happened, I'd be willing to put him much higher on the list. But as is, I think he might be a B tier.
Really? You said C tier earlier.
Oh yeah, but I do think he's better than C tier.
Okay, that's fair.
I hate to do it because I want to fuck Mothman as much as any other gay does, but you know, I felt like this was going to be one of my most controversial picks, so I tried to save it until fairly late. No! Skylar, you are a wonderful moth woman. We're talking about Mothman right now. You're not Mothman. You're a moth woman. Alright, so that one was very hard for me to do, I'm not gonna lie. Let me try to soldier on, because we're so close now. We're so close. Wait, which one's... Okay, no, I have to do that one. So that is gonna be... We're heading back to Yokai for the Noperabo. I'm so sorry, Skylar. I feel like I let you down. A moth mother I would put at S tier. I can tell you that much. So next we have the Noperabo. This is a yokai that looks like a human with no face. And that's pretty much it. It can make itself look like it has a face, and it can make it look itself like any existent human. But its whole deal is basically just it pretends to be other people to kind of like get close to you for just little harmless fright pranks. And then once it's close, it just whoop, wipes away its face and tries to spook you with having a smooth sheet of skin instead of a face. And that's pretty much it. They just they just build up to a little jump scare, and that's it. I mean, sometimes you get a little bit of follow-through where it's like, one will frighten you, and then you'll run away to a safe location, and like you'll go to a soba stand, and you'll stop to relax, you tell the tale, and then as the soba vendor strokes his face, he turns into a Noperabo too! But yeah, stuff like that. Also, sometimes it seems to disguise itself as people who are going to have like a lover's tryst. So like people who are going out to secretly get intimate with each other, and they just impersonate their partners, which that's just gross, man. Yeah, I can't give them a very high position for that kind of shit. They're just not interested in relationships. Other than identity fraud, they aren't super actively malevolent, but I still have to give them D tier.
They're Arrow. They're Arrow Ace. They just like messing around.
Well, yeah, but they're assholes, too.
Okay. Arrow Ace asshole.
Okay, next... Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Alright, next we are going with Tengu. So, I guess we're knocking out a couple of the yokai in a row here. Alright, so Tengu, they, depending on the version, either have like sort of a crow-like face. They're humanoid bird people, basically. They've got either a crow-like face, or they have a more humanoid face, which is really red and has that super long nose. But at first they were kind of disruptive assholes who liked to bully Buddhists, but they kind of got a little softer over time, and they're still pretty dangerous, but they're also like a little more prone to be protective figures, or to be the kind of figures who will teach you how to do cool stuff. So they're more of a mentor figure, I think. That's what they're interested in, than any kind of dating figure. They also are kind of practitioners of aesthetic mountain monk hermit religions, so they aren't interested in having any kind of romance either, which means, like the sea monk, Tengus go in the D, because they could have relationships if they really wanted to. But they're already committed to a religion that they just wouldn't really be able to anyway. Alright. And now we're getting a little whiplash as we swing back over to West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home to the Flatwoods, where we will encounter the Flatwoods Monster, aka Braxy. So Braxy, very, very flashy, stylish lady. She was a 10-foot tall, 4-foot wide alien encounter, some sort of robotic suit or spacecraft, perhaps. She had a cowl in the shape of an ace of spades behind a round red head, set in the head 2 eyes like portholes glowing green-orange, the size of $50. I don't know why I'm using this voice, but I'm just gonna run with it. Her body, metallic structured armor lined with thick vertical pipes. Discrepancies may exist about the color of the armor, but some may call it black, some may call it green. I call it black-green, or bleen, or grack. Had small T-Rex little arms, toy-like almost, you could say. Anyway, she was first sighted when three young boys saw a pulsating ball of fire that they decided to investigate in the woods. They saw and smelled a mist that made their eyes and nose burn. They eventually revealed the creature, who reported to have a shrill hissing voice before starting to glide towards them. And at this point, they fled in panic. Apparently, she was actually encountered later on too. Slightly different though. From the waist down, exactly the same. Still flying in her, like, metal skirt. Waist up. Oh, let me tell you, it was a titty out look. She was full reptilian alien from the waist up. And let me tell you, she worked it. She worked it, chat. Do we know anything about Braxy, the Flatwoods Monster? Oh, I gotta go to bed now. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you for sticking around so long, Puff. I hope you have really sweet dreams. And I hope you don't have Amara in them. And if you do have one, remember to ask it to a breakfast state. Sleep well. But, I mean, all we really know about her is that she is an incredibly stylishly dressed woman. She came all the way from interstellar travel here, and for one night only, and you're telling me that she came in, yes, the metal ace of spades cowl look? This is what happens when it gets this late at night and I'm still streaming. I just start devolving into character work. I feel like she's one of the ones that, if I had the chance to get to know, I would happily do so. But first I would need to get that chance. And she's very elusive, so I am putting her up in C tier.
She looks very polite, though.
Yeah. She's a very stylish, very well-mannered, very put-together woman. Alright, next up I think, yeah, this is gonna be finally the last of our yokai.
Finally.
Oh. It is the Umibozu. So the Umibozu, or the Sea Priest, looks to be, well, it's kind of just like a giant pitch black, maybe kind of humanoid. It's like vaguely humanoid shaped, but it's only ever really seen from the shoulders up. And it's got these two huge sort of fish eyes. Well, that said, that's only one version, and the one most commonly called an Umibozu. There's also other versions where it just looks like a giant catfish monster? Or a giant mer monkey? But, in general, its whole oof seems to be just... It likes sinking ships, mainly. It can ask you to give it a ladle and use that to scoop up a different one, but same deal. And use it to scoop up too much water to drown the sailor. And if you don't give it a ladle, it will just scuttle your boat. Apparently the trick for that is you have to give it a bottomless ladle or a bottomless barrel, and it gets so confused as to how the fuck it's gonna scoop water with that apparently you have enough time to get away. So it's pretty stupid, at least. But yeah, they like attacking ships. They sometimes will try to just frighten and spook sailors away.
You made a fake Pokemon based on this.
No, different one.
Different one. I thought, no, it was the ladle.
No, same shtick, but it's shared with the Funayuri.
Ah, okay. Shit.
But yeah, they can grow to colossal boat-wrecking size, or they can be tiny little jellyfish-shaped things. Wow, apparently it can hit like 20 meters. That's pretty fucking big. There's some tales that also say they can shapeshift into beautiful women to engage in swimming contests. Not sure about that one, and it says those who accept the challenge will be swallowed instantly. Which is not a great track record for how it tries to start relationships. There's also one time where it explicitly is only really interested in being frightening. Like, it seems the way to satiate it is either, in that case, to ignore it until it goes away, or to, like, do a fake act scared. And then it will just say, oh, you should not be going out to sea at the end of the month, and disappear like it's trying to ominously warn you. It seems just kind of like a bully emotionally, in general. Yeah. I can't afford to be too picky with these last few. It kills people. It's just sort of an emotional bully. It only really wants you to validate its existence and isn't really willing to do much constructive for you, so F tier. Gotta be quicker with these now, chat. I want to hopefully finish before 1 a.m. We'll see if I succeed. Alright, next up, I remember this one, chat. We are going to the Beast of Bray Road. Let me tell you, we had a pretty charming werewolf type creature before. Now the Beast of Bray Road is where things just get straight up sexy. So the Beast of Bray Road is similarly not totally a werewolf. It's mainly a wolf man. Also maybe a little bit Sasquatch, but mainly wolf man. Now, the sightings are fantastic because, like, it reads like the witness is trying to sound frightened, but she lingers way too much on certain parts for it to be just frightened. So let me give you the account. It was a warm summer night and I was having a sleepover with one of my friends. We had all the lights off and were playing hide and seek in the dark. I went back into our sunroom and saw something crouched over, illuminated through the bush and the orange streetlight. I'm not sure how to describe its body posture. You know how you hunch up over on your knees and palms? It was like that. Its breath was so deep and heavy you could see its chest heaving from that distance. It dwarfed her 140-pound, 6-foot Akita. But you know it wasn't any kind of type of dog or wolf. Its hind legs were thick and muscular like a man's, but its body tapered at the abdomen and head like a wolf or canine. I called out to my friend who came over and just said, "What the fuck is that?" Well, eventually, in another descriptor, it said that in that crouching position, it's actually holding like fresh food out, like fresh killed meat, which granted you could interpret as it is about to eat and you walked in on it. I prefer to interpret it as here is a muscular, bare-chested wolf man who has brought me free food. Is he a dangerous bad boy sort of werewolf? Perhaps. Would I still be willing to give him a chance? Yes. Alright, now these last few, I'm gonna try to storm through for the most part. He comes with chicken. Oh. Now, granted, he might only be good for the occasional hookup, but he'll be there with his rippling muscles and fresh food.
You really do get wild after midnight.
I know, right? Alright, next up we are on to Dover, Massachusetts for the Dover Demon. A small humanoid reported from Dover, Massachusetts in the 1970s, described as looking sort of like the gray kind of alien, except its skin was sort of rosy orange instead of sickly gray. It had a large head on a small stick-like body. It can be bipedal, but is often traveling on all fours or switches back and forth. Glowing eyes, sometimes orange, sometimes green. It doesn't wear any clothing, or the clothing fits so tightly and is the same exact color as its body. We don't know. Yeah, it's basically a little alien demon dude. I really got nothing to go on for this one again. Mothman was just having an off day that day. He hates that picture. Oh. No, trust me, the Dover Demon looks nothing like a moth man. I mean, I got nothing for this one other than something that might just be like, I mean, I guess you could say that it likes streaking around in the forest. Oh, what's this? What's this that my own mod has posted? Okay, alright, that's worth it. I'll allow you to keep your mod hood for now.
What about my mod shoes?
No.
Can't.
Can't wear your mod shoes in house.
Only outside?
Yep. All I really know about the Dover Demon is this nasty little man was willing to go stripping around in the woods, and when he came upon by a teenager, he just sort of stared him down. So, I mean, I got nothing for this one. He doesn't seem interested in meeting new people, and you know, I'm gonna allow him to do that. Alright. I forgot I put these on the list at this point, somehow. Alright. It's time to talk about ugly-ass rabbits with antlers. Jackalopes are rabbits with antlers. That's it. we're literally just rabbits. I don't know what to tell y'all. It said the truth is out there. Yep, this is the truth. So I mean, this feels weird because I have to talk as like a third person for this. So, I mean, sticking with the scientific documents, the jackalopes are extremely shy unless approached, at which point they can run up to 90 miles per hour. Legend has it that the female jackanapes can be milked as they sleep belly up, and that milk has a variety of medicinal purposes. Rabbits, jackalopes, and jackanapes are said to be very dangerous, to the point that lumberjacks are advised to wear stoves around their legs, lest we run into you antler first, stabbing you in the leg. It's also been said that they can convincingly imitate any sound, including the human voice, chiefly using it to say things like, "There he goes, that way," to help elude pursuers. When cowboys gathered by the campfire, jackalopes were often heard mimicking their voices. It's said that you could catch one of us by putting a flask of whiskey out at night, and that we will drink it full so much that we will be too drunk to run away good. Apparently, we only breed during electrical storms and hail, so I didn't know that. I guess I'll need to keep a better watch on the forecast. Oh shit, I didn't know this. In Douglas, Wyoming, there's Jackalope Day every June. Oh. It's also when you can get jackalope hunting licenses. Well... So what you're saying is you can be milked? I'm sorry, but, no comment. I mean, we're oh, hey, Heavy! We're extremely shy. Fair. We're tricksy. We are a bit party animals. Fair. I mean... The problem is, it's still ultimately me, a jackalope, talking about jackalope and jackalope relatives. And I just feel weird giving myself anything high on the list, so...
Hey, would you like a third-party opinion?
You're not a third party, you're a second party. I mean, I think I can only really put myself at, like, a mid-tier C.
B.
B?
B!
Why?
Because that's her name.
Oh my god.
Also because you are better than a C. Heavy says SSS plus.
Fine.
Love yourself.
I'll go. Fine, I'll go to B. Alright, now the next one I've got way less information on. Apparently, like... I don't know why, but apparently, like, German taxidermists hate fun.
Ooh. That's a good Suggestion.
Hmm?
Pull
Oh.
where Jackalope should be.
Oh, alright.
They're third parties.
Alright, I'll do a poll.
I'm gonna start getting ready for bed.
Could you bring me some water, please?
Yes.
Thank
Is it
you.
okay if I just fill this?
Yeah. Alright. Alright, I have room for 5 options. What tiers should I put?
S, A, B, C, D.
Okay.
That's all that was cold. I'm gonna refill the thing.
Well, thank you, Sue. Okay. Setting it to 1 minute. And I'm having a little sippy break. Alright, so we're jumping from Wyoming over to southern Germany, the forests of Bavaria, and Baden-Württemberg. Oh, and looks like it looks like A has.
We have spoken. We're as good as just the mongoose.
Alright, A has won. Thank you, Abby, for contributing 2,500 channel points to make this look like an even less legitimate scientific study than it already is. Alright. Okay, we just have 5 left, and the next one, the Wolpertinger, is very short. It's basically a jackalope, except it also has body parts of a squirrel, and wings, and sometimes legs of a pheasant, and fangs. There's really not that much actual, like, lore. For some reason, German taxidermists just decided that they didn't want to have fun, and they didn't even like try to pretend like the Wolpertinger was real, which is really sad. I mean, it. I guess you could say it's an upgrade in some way, but at the same time, it's also one that's just like, they didn't really try to give it anything. There's no, like, lore or stuff like that for it. And, I mean, because it's just literally nothing, I don't know if I can really give it anything above a D. Which, I mean, like, it's just there. They didn't give it any kind of story or lore other than it is a German cryptid. So, I mean, I hate to do it, but... Alright. now we're getting into 3 heavy hitters and then a bear, and then it's time for bed for me. Okay, so first of the heavy hitters.
I'm just eating.
First of the heavy hitters is motherfucking Bigfoot. So Bigfoot, aka Sasquatch, the ape-like creature purported to inhabit the forests of North America. Supposedly, evidence of existence of Bigfoot have existed from times well before the European colonialist movement. And apparently, folk belief among Native Americans, loggers, and wishful thinking. Why am I being hit? I didn't do anything? Huh? Well, what do you mean? Oh, I'm starting to get to the point of the night where I'm starting to slow down a little bit mentally. But I mean, Bigfoot? I think y'all know Bigfoot. Roughly 6 to 9 feet tall, covered in hair that's like black, dark brown, reddish. It sometimes goes as tall as 10 to 15 feet, though. Usually doesn't have the best body odor. Kind of a human-like face, flat nose, visible lips, sort of apish. No visible neck, long arms. And, you know, just big feet, 24 inches long and 8 inches wide at the largest reported. So it looks like the oldest report is in California, petroglyphs created by a group of Yokuts, ethnic group of let me see. A ethnic group of up to 60 tribes in the area at a site called Painted Rock supposedly depict Bigfoots, and those are estimated to be 500 and 1,000 years old. So it seems pretty easy to say something has been here for quite some time. And a lot of these old school encounters are more threatening ones, the kind of reports where you might see people carried off to who knows where or killed outright. Not great looks, again. Hey, and Teddy Roosevelt shows up again. In his book, he writes, The Wilderness Hunter, he writes a story about how a mountain man told him about a foul-smelling bipedal creature that stalked him and nearly fatally broke his companion's neck. That said, as time has gone on, any kind of aggressive Bigfoot encounter has gotten just like less and less and less frequent. So I mean, that's good. Big feet seem to be mellowing with age culturally. Culture generally seems to be a mix of sort of a little bit of fear, a little bit of respect. I'm inclined to believe that Bigfoot is aware of humankind's advancements in adapting behavior to live peacefully with us. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Let's see. I mean, that said, like, it really doesn't seem like Bigfoot necessarily wants to deal with humans, and I would be kind of inclined to respect that. Like, at best, there's someone who would need to have distance in a relationship. They're not someone who is necessarily very good at, like, any kind of cuddling sort of behavior, not good with real touchy-feely types. Just, if you do you, Bigfoot will come if it feels comfortable. And Bigfoot will come on its terms. Yeah. Surprisingly, there's really not that much relationship stuff I can extrapolate because, like, well, way back, reports suggest a lot more aggressive behavior. Like, as time's gone on, they've been less and less confrontational and more just sort of wants to keep at its distance, that sort of deal. I think I'm actually gonna put Bigfoot only at like a C tier. No, not B tier. C tier. Yeah. Alright, and then there were 3. Well, let's make a quick pit stop in Jersey for the Jersey Devil. Mr. J, the Jersey Devil, also known as the Leeds Devil. Here, I'll do it in a poor bastardization of a New Jersey accent for you. So the Jersey Devil, also known as the Leeds Devil, is a legendary creature in the Pine Barrens of South Jersey. The common descriptor is that of a bipedal kangaroo-like, wyvern-like creature with a horse or goat's head, leathery bat-like wings, horns, tiny little T-Rex arms, cloven hoofs. As someone from Jersey, I hope I don't sound... Alright, it's also slowing me down, so fuck it. With clawed hand, cloven hoof, forked tail, and course. Oh wait, I already said bat wings, so there's not really a good strong enter. Oh, and of course, emitting a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. So, the common story is, once there was a resident of the Pine Barrens named Jane Leeds, aka Mother Leeds. The legend says that she had 12 children, and when she found out she was pregnant for the 13th time, cursed the child in frustration, crying that, fuck it, might as well be the devil. And then she went into labor, and although it was born a normal child, it turned into the Jersey Devil. And then beat everyone up with its tail before flying up the chimney and headed into the pines. Some versions have Mother Leeds as a witch, and the child's father was actually the devil. Some also state that there was subsequently an attempt by clergymen to exorcise the creature from the Pine Barrens. Mother Leeds has sometimes been identified instead as a Deborah Leeds, because she actually did have 12 children listed in a will. He's a good LGBTQ baby. He's leaving an abusive home. Yeah, I can respect that. Yeah, fun fact. Part of the origin for the story also might have been New Jersey political disputes. Like, Ben Franklin had a rival almanac publisher named Daniel Leeds and started slandering them as monsters. And it was the negative description as the Leeds Devil that might have inspired that name too, which is kind of wild to think. Let's skip ahead to a little more recent sightings after the revolutionary, or pre-revolutionary and revolutionary. Let's see. Apparently it is cannonball proof, because someone tried to shoot it with a cannon, because sure, you know what, why not? Blamed for several livestock killings in 1840. 1925, a local farmer shot it as it attempted to steal chickens and then photographed the corpse. A whole lot of people claiming to have killed it, but don't seem to have actually done much. Attacked a trolley car in 1909, but attacked is in quotes, so it seems questionable at best. Honestly, it looks like a lot of the Jersey Devil is about kind of, like, the Pine Barrens themselves, culturally, in the 1700s and 1800s, was kind of like the place where all of the outcasts and the dregs of society would go, like the unwanted, the misfortunate, that sort of deal. And they certainly would have been demonized and vilified and could be seen as, this could be seen as just like that kind of scandal cast on them. And I mean, there's really not that much that seems to be that bad that the Jersey Devil actually does, you know? I mean, it just seems to be out there living its life. And the Jersey Devil has found a kinship with the people in the Pine Barrens, the historical outcasts and rejects of society, and you know what? I respect that. I would still need to get to know the Jersey Devil first, though, which is why I'm putting it in C tier. Alright. We just have 2 left to chat. And soon, the blessed oblivion of sleep. What? What? No. Thought my partner said something, guess not. Alright. B tier? Really? You think more so than Sasquatch? I'm open to hearing the logic here. Sasquatch needs a bath. Yes, and? Alright, that's one voiced opinion. Alright. It's late enough that I'm moved by something like that. It's a weak argument, but... Alright, so, second to last we've got the Yeti. So you know the Yeti, or do you? The Yeti, also known as the Methtek in Himalayan folklore, the ape-like creature said to inhabit the Himalayan mountain range. The Yeti, often described as a large, bipedal, ape-like creature covered in brown, gray, or white hair, sometimes with huge, sharp teeth. Now, what's interesting that I learned here is the Yeti, in my research I found, is actually part of pre-Buddhist beliefs of certain Himalayan peoples. Like the Lepcha people worshipped a glacier being as a god of the hunt, and would also sometimes appear to followers of the Bong religion. So it's interesting because this is like a cryptid that has a clear-cut interaction history with humanity in kind of mutually beneficial ways here already. So it's a very solid start. In general, I mean, there's no accounts of any sort of violent encounter, but I would say that the more spiritually peaceful nature of the Yeti, coupled with the interaction it already has with humans, means that it would be more prone to being open to any kind of that sort of relationship. I think a Yeti might actually be pretty good. I'm putting it in B tier. I still want to take jackalopes down from A tier because when I post this on Twitter, it's going to look like I put them there because I am one. No? What do you mean, Epitome? Explain. Oh, okay, I'll explain the poll. Alright, so. Finally did it, chat. There's just one left. But oh, I saved quite an interesting one for last. This is. Cryptid, save me. I'm going to try to pronounce this Icelandic name. Okay, this is the Bjarndiarakongur. Bjarndiarakongur. The King of Bears. And a unicorn. So, the Bjarndiarakongur. The King of Bears is the undisputed monarch of the polar bears of Iceland, born from a female polar bear and a walrus or a bull. It has red cheeks and a single horn on its forehead. The horn is also a scepter of authority, has a sharp end and is tipped with a platinum globe. It emits a bright light in all directions, such that it can see its way through the darkness. The King of Bears is described as wise and noble as much as it is powerful. It understands human speech and demands loyalty and obeisance from the other polar bears. While easily capable of killing with its horn, it only does so in self-defense or in judgment on wayward subjects. So going into encounters... So going into encounters, it is said on a Whitsun church service in the 18th century, a procession of 12 or 13 polar bears were seen ambling from the outer parts of Iceland. They were led by a stately and benevolent Bjarndiarakongur. The clergy... I love this. I love the interaction between the humans and the cryptids in this one. The clergy went out greeting them in full regalia, as did the congregation, and bowed to the king, who returned the bow. The Bjarndiarakongur continued to lead its subjects through southern Iceland. At Borgamur, the last bear in the line killed and ate a sheep, whereupon the king ran the offending bear through with his horn. Eventually, the royal cortege reached Grenvik, where they disappeared into the sea. It said the only animal that will dare challenge the king of the bears is a red cheek or red jowl, a highly aggressive polar bear with distinct red-pink coloration on only one cheek. Red cheeks will attack any beast or man that it encounters, but against a king of bears, they meet their match. Alright, so... on the one hand, I don't like supporting the monarchies in general. But on the other hand, this bear sounds like a great guy. You know? He's wise. He cares about people, both his subjects and otherwise. He's very willing to listen to reason. I think this bear would be a very solid partner. What do you think, chat? A tier or S tier? The only thing keeping me from immediately thinking S tier is the monarchy. Because I do think we should abolish monarchies still. But what do you think? I see one vote for A. Oh, wait, I know what I can do. There's a reason I have these fucking poll interactive things. Just vibing a little bit while I wait for the minute to be up. Taking a little sippy. Also, once I save this, I am definitely going to be signing off. So, chat, thank you all so much for sticking with me on this very experimental 5-hour, 14-minute stream. I really appreciate it. This was something very challenging for me to do, but I'm glad it ended up going so well, and I'm glad people seem to be really enjoying themselves too. Alright, it is going into A tier. Excuse me. Alright. Let me save this real quick. Well, I'm glad it was quality content. As I said, download image. Alright, so, as I said earlier, or as I've said earlier this week anyway, if you want to keep up to date on all of the times I go live with streams, you can see my weekly schedule over on my Twitter, the link down below in the social panels. I'll be posting my next schedule. Well, today is now Sunday, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh wow, it really is late. Yeah, so since it's now Sunday, I'll be posting it later today, technically. But it was really, really fun. I'm really, really happy that I got to talk and hang out with all of you. So thank you all so much for doing that for me. I hope this silly idea I had was as enjoyable to watch as it was to do. And yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll try doing something like this again sometime. For now, now that I've profusely thanked you, a big ol' thank you kiss too, from me to all of you. And let's see who I can raid, because I want to still forward some love along. Alright, let's see who is on I can raid. Oh, okay. Okay, let me quickly check one other place too, just to be sure. Oh, let's see, anyone? Okay, yeah. Alright, so, I'm going. If they can braid my hair, then one, they learned fast, and two, it's time for a haircut on my own. Alright, well, I am going to throw us over to... Chat, do I throw you over to the person who has less viewers, or the person who's gonna be streaming for way longer? My brain is fried. Alright, well, they're both legit. That's the problem. Alright, okay, I fortunately have a coin here. Okay, so we are going over to raid someone who Okay, so this is actually pretty exciting. It is her official debut, although she's technically been going for a little while now. Here's the thing, though. This absolute madwoman has decided to go for 30 fucking hours. I don't know why. No one asked her to. No one made her. She's making bad life choices. And I can't stay up to watch them, so I want all of you to watch her for me. Okay, let's see, what's a good raid message for this? I am gonna go with that race of loves. I am. I don't want to discourage her though, because she only started like 9 hours ago, maybe? Okay. Excuse me. About something like I wanted this part to go before that part, yeah. And then this part go there. Maybe something like that. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay. If you have a subscription here and you want to use the raid message, this is gonna be the raid message. If you don't have a subscription here, or if you don't want to use the raid message, you can do whatever you want. You can substitute emotes, or you can just say or do something totally else. I'm not the boss of you. I'm not even the boss of me. So, with that said, so with that said, let's set up the raid. We're raiding Lily Lyco. So I had the pleasure of getting to meet this darling little succubus back when she was just a little spider. Don't ask. It's I don't know the lore either totally, but she was very sweet, and she's evolved since into only slightly pervy, very cute VTuber. So let's all go give her big support. And one more kiss, and now we raid.
Wait, I'm in between Patty's.
You're doing so good, Lily.
Oh gosh, hi Ray.